Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on House Concurrent Resolution 3.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, members of the House, the FACE Act prohibits threats of force, obstruction, and property damage intended to interfere with reproductive health care services. Let me just go over that again. Prohibits threats of force, obstruction, and property damage intended to interfere with reproductive health care services. The Justice Department has said this act is not just about abortions, but applies as well to pro-life, I'm quoting, pro-life pregnancy counseling services and other pregnancy support facilities providing reproductive health care. So it applies across the board. Now here's the problem. On May 8, 2022, Mother's Day, activists targeted a pro-life nonprofit center in Madison, Wisconsin, setting it ablaze and vandalizing it with the words, "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either." On June 3rd, 2022, left-wing anti-life activists targeted the Capitol Hill Crisis Pregnancy Center, throwing red paint on the door, eggs in the window, and spray painting the building with "Jane Says Revenge." On June 25th, 2022, in Longmont, Colorado, vandals graffitied and set fire to the Life Choices Free Pregnancy Center. And this has happened dozens and dozens and dozens of times all across the country. What's the Justice Department done? To my knowledge, no one. No one has been prosecuted under the FACE Act. Not one single person to my knowledge. But if you're a pro-life activist and you're praying outside an abortion clinic like Mark Houck, guess what happens to you? FBI kicks in your door, arrests you, puts you in handcuffs, and does it in front of your wife and 7 children. That's what happens. So we want this. Look, we don't want violence anywhere. As Mr. Cicilline said in 1 minute, we don't want any violence anywhere. But let's not have this double standard. Not to mention this. Think about what happened after the Dobbs decision was leaked. The leaked draft of that opinion. You had activists protesting at every well, not everyone, because only the conservative justices' names were doxed and information put out there. You had protests at their place in direct violation of a statute, 18 U.S.C. 1507. You're not supposed to be protesting, interfering when a decision is pending in front of a Supreme Court justice's home. Direct violation of the statute, and again, nothing happened. And that situation, as we all know, got real serious with the assassination attempt on Justice Kavanaugh. So this resolution is straightforward. What has happened literally now at hundreds of crisis pregnancy centers and churches around the country this past year is just flat out wrong. And this is a resolution that says we appreciate the good work that happens at crisis pregnancy centers where they take in women, where they help them and help that unborn child. Make sure that unborn child gets to experience the gift of life. The sanctity of life is what this is all about. And so I want to commend my colleague and friend, Mr. Johnson, from the great state of Louisiana for this resolution, and the people across the country who volunteer and who work every day at these centers to help these ladies who are in a tough situation. And with that, I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members
from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 26.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. In simple terms, life is precious, life is sacred, all life, and we think including unborn children. But that's not what this legislation is about. This legislation is about those kids who were born alive, making sure they get protected. For over 40 years, the decision in Roe v. Wade, as Justice Alito has stated, inflamed debate and deepened division over the issue of abortion in this country. We've seen that play out over the last year. But what should be undisputed is the care of a child who is born alive after an attempted abortion. Unfortunately, as evidenced by comments from prominent Democrats, not everyone believes that a child born alive should be protected. We all know in 2019, then Governor Northam of the state of Virginia stated this: the infant would be delivered, the infant would be kept comfortable, the infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired, and then a discussion would ensure between the physicians and the mother. I mean, think about that. It's not just anybody saying that. That's the governor of one of our largest states. The cavalier attitude he displayed towards human life is just wrong. H.R. 26 would require healthcare practitioners to give the same level of care to a child born alive after an abortion or an attempted abortion as a child at that same gestational age. Work to save the kid's life. Work to help that newborn. It would also require the immediate transfer of the surviving infant to a hospital. This legislation requires healthcare practitioners or other employees to report any violations of this provision to state or federal law enforcement for criminal prosecution. In addition, H.R. 26 provides the mother of an abortion survivor with a civil right of action against a healthcare practitioner who fails to provide the required level of care. It is simple. Infants born alive following an abortion are kids. They're children. All newborns deserve the same level of care. In the Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers declared that it was life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the unalienable rights bestowed on us by our Creator. Congress has a duty to protect these fundamental rights. This should be an easy vote, I think, for all members. And I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Ann Wagner and Kat Kamik, for their diligent work on this legislation, and I urge all members to support it. And with that, we reserve our time.
The gentleman from Ohio.
In opposition to this woefully incomplete resolution, I'd like to begin by saying that I condemn violence in all its forms, including the threats, vandalism, and property destruction described in H-Con Res. 3. I would also like to reiterate my condemnation of the attempted murder of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. That should go without saying. I am grateful that no one appears to have been physically injured in the vandalism incidents described in the resolution, and that law enforcement took Justice Kavanaugh's would-be assassin into custody before he could complete an act of violence. In a democracy, violence is never the answer to a political dispute, and it should be roundly condemned in all its forms. This resolution, however, is a transparent partisan ploy that is a woefully and unacceptably inadequate condemnation of violence. It comes in the context of extremist MAGA Republicans' effort to enact a total ban on abortion at both the state and federal levels. And in what appears to be a glaring omission to H-Con Res. 3, my Republican colleagues refused to condemn the long-documented history of violence, murder, and mayhem perpetrated by anti-abortion extremists against abortion providers and their patients. According to the National Abortion Federation, since 1977, anti-abortion extremists have been responsible for 11 murders, 42 bombings, 196 arsons, 491 assaults, and thousands of incidents of criminal activities directed at patients, providers, and volunteers. Sadly, these incidents have increased dramatically in recent years. In 2021, abortion providers faced a 600% increase in stalking incidents, a 450% increase in clinic blockades, a 163% increase in reports of hoax devices or suspicious packages, a 129% increase in invasions, and a 128% increase in assault and battery compared to previous years. In some cases, violence against abortion providers has had deadly consequences. For example, in November 2015, a gunman murdered 3 people and injured 9 others when he opened fire with an assault-style rifle at a Planned Parenthood health center in Colorado Springs. In January 2021, a gunman attacked the Planned Parenthood clinic in Knoxville, Tennessee, and later that year, the same clinic was burned to the ground by arsonists. Regardless of your position on abortion rights, it is important that we condemn all acts of violence, regardless of who is the ultimate target. I'm concerned that by refusing to condemn violence against providers, this resolution will inadvertently send a signal to anti-abortion extremists that violence against abortion providers is justified by the vandalism described in the resolution. If this inadequate resolution could potentially fan the flames of political discord, what purpose then does it serve? The only purpose I can infer is that it is intended to placate the extreme elements of the anti-abortion movement while this Republican majority figures out how to pass a total nationwide ban on abortion. Let me be clear. Democrats stand with the majority of the American public and will oppose such a radical position. H-Con Res. 3 is nothing more than a partisan political ploy designed to advance an extreme anti-abortion agenda, and is not a serious effort to condemn political violence. Indeed, it may have the opposite effect on the American public because it purposely fails to condemn the thousands of threats, violent incidents, and attacks that abortion providers and patients have endured for decades at the hands of anti-abortion extremists. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from
To vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
the gentleman from New York reserved. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, what purpose? Says it right in the title, expressing the sense of Congress condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. Over 100 churches and pro-life facilities have been attacked in the last 7 months. Over 100. That's all this resolution. I don't know. Republicans condemn violence every time it happens. We condemn it when it happens to abortion clinics. We condemn it when it happens to churches. We condemn it when it happens to pro-life centers. We condemn it when it happened in the summer of 2020 all over the country. We condemned it when it happened on January 6th. We condemn it every single time. This is just highlighting what has happened in the last 7 months with churches and pro-life centers around the country. That simple. I wouldn't know why this should be unanimous. I recognize my friend, the sponsor of this great legislation from Louisiana, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chairman Jim Jordan. I rise today to speak in favor of my common sense legislation, the House concurrent resolution.
And would that first instance be trying to come to agreement as to when and how documents and information could be given?
Absolutely. The public sees hearings, but does not see that when the process works properly, there's a back and forth and a give and take between the two parties at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, as I said before.
Would you say 2 weeks into the Congress issuing subpoenas might be a bit premature for the investigation and cooperation between those branches of government?
Certainly, Congressman, Congress has the authority to issue subpoenas quickly if they wish, but I guess you get more flies with honey than with vinegar, to be cute. And working with the other side collaboratively is always going to be a better approach.
Vinegar seems to work better on social media, though, than the honey. I yield back.
I think the gentlelady, I would just point out, we tried the honey. 100 letters we sent in the last Congress. We tried the honey.
The last Congress. You're now the chair.
The honey didn't work.
You're now in the
That's why we sent the
majority. You
subpoenas.
should have tried that first as the chair of this committee, not as the ranking member.
We tried. We
You
tried
didn't do
with
that
100
as
and some
chairman.
letters.
You didn't.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the state of Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. It is a privilege to serve on this select subcommittee, and I look forward to the work we have ahead of us. After over
We hope that is coming shortly. We now recognize Representative Raskin for his testimony.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, dear colleagues, our framers were Enlightenment thinkers who wrote us an Enlightenment Constitution. They wanted government to operate on the basis of facts, science, and common sense, not ignorance and superstition. They wanted America to usher in an age of reason. With the separation of powers, the framers constitutionalized Newton's third law of motion, checking every action with an equal and opposite reaction. And Congress in Article 1 was given the central role of legislating and making progress for our people. The oversight function is not specified in Article 1, but the Supreme Court has always said that it's implied, something necessary and proper for the legislative function. As Madison famously said, those who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. Dear colleagues, your subcommittee could conceivably become part of a proud history of serious bipartisan oversight stretching from the Teapot Dome investigation to the Boeing investigation, to the Watergate hearings, to the tobacco hearings, to the Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Or it could take oversight down a very dark alley filled with conspiracy theories and disinformation, a place where facts are the enemy and partisan destruction is the overriding goal. Millions of Americans already fear that weaponization is the right name for this special subcommittee, not because weaponization of the government is its target, but because weaponization of the government is its purpose. What's in a name? Well, everything is here. The odd name of the Weaponization Subcommittee constitutes a case of pure psychological projection. When former President Donald Trump and his followers accuse you of doing something, they're usually telling you exactly what their own plans are. By establishing a select subcommittee on weaponization, they're telling us that Donald Trump's followers, who obviously control the subcommittee, will continue weaponizing any part of the government they can get their hands on to attack their enemies, defined as anyone who stands in the way of their quest for power. To be clear, that's not an exclusively partisan operation. They've proven that they will weaponize the government not just against the other party, but against anyone who refuses to bend to the will and whim of one Donald Trump, whether that's a lifelong Republican state election official like Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a foreign head of state like President Zelensky, a political movement like Black Lives Matter, a once close personal friend and ally of Trump's like his personal lawyer Michael Cohen for many years, or even a sycophantic Trump cabinet appointee and lifelong Republican like Attorney General William Barr, if these people break from the habits of lying and lawlessness that define life as a camp follower in the cult of Donald Trump. But if the weaponized MAGA campaign isn't exactly partisan, it is entirely political because it's got an overriding electoral focus, and you know what it is. It's all about restoring Donald Trump, the twice-impeached former president, to the office he lost by 7 million votes in 2020 and tried to steal back in a political coup and violent insurrection against our constitutional order on January 6, 2021. You disagree? Well, please don't take my word for it. As our chairman might say, just listen to what Chairman Jordan himself had to say 6 months ago at the Conservative Political Action Conference in Dallas, where he was predicting GOP victory in the 22 elections and promising that oversight of Hunter Biden's laptop and the claim that the federal government is treating moms and dads, like the ones in this room, like terrorists, would be the centerpiece of the GOP's work in the House when they got it back into power. Relaxing with a friendly interviewer, Chairman Jordan gave the game away entirely. Quote, "All those things need to be investigated just so you have the truth," he said. Plus, that will help frame up the 2024 race when I hope and I think President Trump is going to run, and we need to make sure that he wins. We need to make sure that he wins. This call to arms for the 2024 presidential election was met with wild applause from the CPAC audience. I urge every member of this subcommittee to go and watch the interview. Now, of course, a serious bipartisan committee focused on weaponization of the government would zero in quickly on the Trump administration itself, which brought weaponization to frightening new levels across the board. Consider just a few examples I have time for, illustrative of dozens I can provide the subcommittee. One, in a 6-week period in 2020, Donald Trump fired or removed 5 different departmental inspectors general simply for doing their jobs and not caving into Trump's coercive political demands to cover up different forms of administration wrongdoing and misconduct. April 3rd, 2020, Trump informed Congress he was firing Intelligence Community Inspector General Michael Atkinson, who had received a whistleblower complaint in August 2019 about improper demands made by Trump to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. In May 2020, Trump fired Steve Linick, IG of the State Department, later claiming he had no idea who he was and saying that he fired him only at Secretary Pompeo's request. That inspector general was investigating Pompeo's decision to bypass Congress in sending billions of dollars in arms to Saudi Arabia. I don't have time to get into the details of the others, but May 20, he fired Mitch Bem, the transportation deputy IG. He relieved of duty Glenn Fine, acting IG for the Defense Department. He removed Christy Grimm, the acting inspector general of HHS. Second, breaching the traditional separation between the president and Department of Justice criminal prosecutions, Trump and his obliging sycophantic attorney generals, like Jeff Sessions and William Barr, repeatedly pressured career prosecutors to go hard or go soft in particular cases, always seeking to reward Trump's friends or to punish his enemies. If weaponization of the Department of Justice has any meaning, this is it. Consider the egregious case of Gregory Craig, a White House counsel under Obama, who was targeted by the DOJ for alleged FARA violations and finally indicted on a single count of making false statements. He was acquitted unanimously by the jury in less than 5 hours, and one of his lawyers observed that the Department of Justice had hounded his client without any evidence and without any purpose. Former U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman said that Greg Craig never should have been prosecuted. Consider the case of Michael Cohen, the president's former lawyer and confidant for many years. In August 2018, he pleaded guilty to campaign finance violations over large hush money payments he arranged before the 2016 election to keep porn star Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal from talking about sexual affairs they had with Donald Trump. You guys remember this one? Well, after Barr became Attorney General in February of 2019, he worked to kill further investigations related to those payoffs and suggested that Mr. Cohen's conviction on campaign finance charges itself be reversed, even though 6 months had already passed since Cohen had entered a guilty plea. Amazingly, after Cohen was imprisoned for a year and then being transferred out of prison to home confinement during COVID-19, Barr and the DOJ intervened to block his transfer because Cohen would not immediately accept as a condition of his ankle bracelet home confinement not to engage in First Amendment activities, specifically writing and publishing a book about Donald Trump or saying anything in public on TV or in the social media about Donald Trump. Cohen had already been home for 2 weeks when this unconstitutional demand from DOJ appeared, and when he and his attorney dared to ask questions about it, 3 federal marshals showed up with handcuffs and shackles, and he was returned to the Otisville Correctional Institute. There he spent 16 days in solitary confinement before they were able to get his case before a federal district judge who immediately found that Barr's purpose, quote, in transferring Cohen from release on furlough and home confinement back to custody was retaliatory in response to Cohen desiring to exercise his First Amendment rights to publish a book critical of the president and to discuss the book on social media. Can you think of a more egregious example of weaponizing the Department of Justice for nakedly political purposes than imprisoning and putting in solitary confinement the president's own former lawyer simply because he wanted to exercise his First Amendment rights? Consider the John Durham investigation. At the urging of Republicans, including the good chairman, the John Durham Special Counsel investigation was set up in 2019 by Barr to try to find wrongdoing by intelligence or law enforcement agencies in the origins of the Mueller investigation. And we've heard some of the murmurings about this today. After 4 years and millions of dollars spent, the Durham investigation closed as a total flop without unearthing anything like the deep state conspiracy that Republicans have been denouncing around here for years. It couldn't find anything of substance to it. Yet Barr and Durham kept pressing in clearly abusive ways. I hope your subcommittee will investigate. One former DOJ prosecutor, Robert Luskin, a defense lawyer who represented 2 witnesses before the Durham probe, told the New York Times he was shocked. This stuff had my head spinning, he said. When did these guys drink the Kool-Aid, and who served it to them? Amazingly, when prosecutors participating in this wild goose chase actually came into possession of evidence of a real offense from Italian government officials of a potentially major financial crime committed by Donald Trump, Durham was suddenly deputized to investigate it, and the whole investigation mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Trump's enablers now want this subcommittee not to examine the Durham debacle as a case study in dangerous weaponization of the justice function, but rather to pick up the baton from the defeated and demoralized Durham team and to keep the wild goose chase going today. Third, the former president had no qualms about literally weaponizing our nation's law enforcement and military against First Amendment activity for his political purposes. I commend to you the debacle that took place on June 1st, 2020 in Lafayette Square, where they mobilized an interagency law enforcement troop and then unleashed them on horseback with pepper spray and batons billy clubs, rubber bullets against a totally lawfully present crowd. Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear. I'm not suggesting that any of the investigations that have taken place during the last 2 years have been perfect. I'm sure they could have been improved in some ways. That's a legit thing for you to ask. But it's one thing to engage in systematic oversight driven by a commitment to facts and the truth, and something radically different to set up a platform for a series of hit-and-run partisan attacks that are just vindictive, vendetta-driven, and meant to frame up a presidential campaign in 2024. And some of the new rhetoric we've been hearing can be dangerous, as the ranking member was pointing out. After the execution of a perfectly lawful judicial search warrant in Palm Beach in August of last year, politicians and media figures began denouncing the FBI, the whole FBI and FBI agents, in vitriolic terms. And since then, the FBI and DHS have observed an increase in violent threats posted on social media against federal officials and facilities, including a threat to place a dirty bomb in front of FBI headquarters and issuing general calls for civil war and armed rebellion. And we've heard those calls before in this chamber. On August 11th, last year, a person wearing a technical vest and armed with an AR-style rifle and nail gun attempted to forcibly enter the FBI Cincinnati field office. When officers responded, he fled the scene and a pursuit followed. During a prolonged standoff with the FBI, the man fired multiple shots at Ohio State Highway Patrol. Mr. Chairman, the public is skeptical about this strange new venture with the strange new name that's being launched, because so many of the members involved have done everything they can to block the January 6th committee's investigation of the worst insurrectionary domestic violent attack on an American election in the American Congress in our history. And the public wonders whether members who refuse to comply with congressional subpoenas themselves should be issuing congressional subpoenas to other people. Oversight must be organized around a comprehensive search for the truth that will lead to progress, and not around revenge, which will lead us as a country to chaos and ruin. I hope the subcommittee will find a way to embark upon a truly bipartisan agenda with all members participating and agreeing on a common agenda, and I wish you well and Godspeed on behalf of this difficult venture that you are about to proceed on.
I thank the gentleman. I can assure the gentleman from Maryland that we respect the FBI agents, particularly the ones who have come to us, the dozens who have come to us, and we will focus on the facts, something I felt was not exactly presented in the proper.
Recognize Mr. Goldman for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that Mr. Palmer was asking some questions about some of my assertions about the removal of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General. First, let's be clear, I did not say that Vice President Biden fired Mr. Shokin. It was official U.S. and European policy to encourage Ukraine to fire him, which they did. But he is right about one thing. What I say is not evidence, and neither is what any of our Republican colleagues say on the other side of the aisle. They may not like what these witnesses say, but the testimony of the witnesses is the evidence, not baseless statements without firsthand knowledge. But I urge Mr. Palmer, if he wants to understand what actually happened, to read the 300-page report that we published on the first impeachment investigation. There's a lot in there about Mr. Shokin. Luckily, though, he doesn't even have to do that. You can just read the New York Post story itself, because in that story, Shokin admitted that he never opened an investigation into Burisma. He claims to have had, quote, specific plans to do so. Yeah, sure. For 2 years, Rudy Giuliani had been peddling Victor Shokin's bogus story, including with agents of Russian intelligence. And Chairman Comer, if you question that, I urge you to look up Andrei Derkach. So who was the sole source of the hard drive to the New York Post? Rudy Giuliani. And for these reasons, many journalists were highly skeptical. One reporter at the New York Post itself refused to put his name on the story. Fox News' Brett Baer said, quote, "The whole thing is sketchy," unquote. And both Giuliani and the Post refused to give the laptop to other journalists
to verify and analyze it. In fact, Giuliani told the New York Times that he hoped that it would be published before it could be verified. So what is the so-called authentication for this laptop? Well, Chairman Comer said in his opening statement that it's a subpoena to the computer repair shop owner, which happened over about a year before the New York Post story. But that is not the same hard drive that Rudy Giuliani received months later from that repair shop owner and passed along to the New York Post after he was in possession of it for several months. Now, Mr. Baker, based on your understanding of Russian malign influence campaigns, does Russian intelligence have the capacity to manipulate a hard drive?
Yes.
So it is possible that some of the materials on a hard drive could be authentic, and some could be altered, manipulated, or even added to the hard drive. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Roth, you have testified today that Twitter was keenly aware of the hacking efforts by Russia in connection with the 2016 election. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And those efforts, I believe you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, by Russian intelligence to interfere in our electoral process continued up and through and including the 2020 election. Is that right?
Russian efforts certainly continued through the 2020 election and even through the midterms. I couldn't say specifically if it was military intelligence, as was the case in 2016, but certainly the Russian government was involved.
So let's run down what Twitter knew about this hard drive and this story when it was published. First, the sole source of the hard drive was Rudy Giuliani, who had been working closely with Russian intelligence agents throughout 2020. Second, Russian intelligence interfered in the 2016 election and was actively trying to do it again. And third, numerous journalists, including at the New York Post and Fox News, raised suspicions about the hard drive, and they refused to allow an independent analysis and verification of it. Now, Mr. Baker, based on your experience in law enforcement, wouldn't this give anyone concerned about Russian interference in our elections serious pause?
Well, I think as reflected in the public record, at the time I thought there were great concerns on that side of the equation, because in part with respect to all the things that had happened since 2016 with respect to the hack and leak or hack and dump issues, there were facts that indicated that the computer might have been abandoned and so on, but which made it a very difficult case, which is why we're sitting here today talking about it.
Right, and there was a 24-hour delay in continuing to spread the publication of it. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know, that is exactly what 51 former intelligence officials, many from Republican administrations, even the Trump administration, said in that letter that is being distorted by Mr. Jordan and others at this hearing. Let me quote one paragraph of what they say. We want to emphasize that we do not know if the emails provided to the New York Post by President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, are genuine or not, and that we do not have evidence of Russian involvement. Just that our experience makes us deeply suspicious that the Russian government played a significant role in this case. And unless Twitter, like Special Counsel Mueller concluded about the Trump campaign in 2016, wanted to welcome Russian interference in an election, all of you sitting here today were entirely correct to be highly concerned about the legitimacy of this story. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins for 5.
Thank you, Mr.
First, I want to say thanks to the good folks here in Yuma for hosting us. We've had a wonderful 24 hours. I guess it's been 24 hours, Supervisor, seeing all kinds of interesting things. We want to thank you for your hospitality. To the mayor, thank you for the facility and for all your hospitality as well, and our witnesses who will get to you. We talked to Doctor earlier today, and Sheriff, we're glad to have you with us, as well as so many folks from our law enforcement community. It's not easy. It is not easy being in law enforcement today, so we want to thank you all for what you do. And obviously it's even tougher when we're down here on the border and dealing with what we have. It's a shame that not one Democrat member of Congress would join us on this trip despite having weeks of advance notice. It's disappointing, but it's not surprising. In fact, the Democrats have called this a stunt. I would argue it's not a stunt, not what my guess is our witnesses wouldn't call it a stunt. What we've learned today from them, what we've seen last night on the border, but it's disappointing that they're not here. Democrats dismiss the experiences of these real people that we've had a chance to visit with the last 24 hours, people affected by the Biden border crisis, and Democrats seem to believe that solutions can only come from bureaucrats in Washington. We actually think they come from the American people. Democrats were here and saw what we're seeing. Maybe we'd have a chance at ending this crisis and actually securing our southern border. According to Border Patrol agents, last night there were over 200 folks who crossed the border last night. We got to see the unfinished wall. Everyone tells us that walls work, walls help. Every agent we've talked to says that's the case, and yet we saw places where it should have been finished but wasn't. This morning we were at the Yuma Regional Medical Center. We heard from Dr. Trenchell and his great staff about the $26 million in uncompensated care that they've had to administer. Now, they're willing to help everybody, and they do, but it'd be nice to get actually paid for the great work that they do, and some other concerns that they had that impact the residents of this wonderful community. And, of course, we saw the damage. We heard from growers today, the damage that happens to them and the crops in the fields, and a host of other issues that we'll get to, I think, in the course of our hearing this afternoon. But by not being here and seeing firsthand is no excuse for inaction. Numbers don't lie. January Southwest border encounter number was 156,000, 36% higher than the total number of encounters in January 2021 and January 2020 combined. Let me just say that again. The number of encounters this January, last month, were more than a third higher than the last 2 Januaries of the Trump administration combined. Yet a Biden administration official touted this 156,000 encounter number as the result of, quote, a highly effective border security strategy. Only in Joe Biden's America is over a 5,000 illegal migrants encountered per day on the southwest border a cause to celebrate. Never forget what happened on day one. Day one, January 20th, 2021, Joe Biden said, we're not going to build a wall anymore. We're not going to keep the Remain in Mexico policy, and we're not going to deport any illegal migrants who come in for an immigration violation. So think about that. There's no wall to get over. You won't have to wait in Mexico to have your asylum claim evaluated, and you will not get deported. You'll get to go wherever you want. Well, it's no wonder so many migrants want to come to the greatest country ever. And that's the situation he had. He's also called on Congress to pass a massive amnesty package. All of these reckless actions let people around the world know that our border is open and the illegal border crossings haven't stopped since that day. Again, numbers don't lie. 4.75 million encounters since Joe Biden's been in office. Nearly 1 million of those have crossed in just the first 4 months of fiscal year 2023. Over 1.89 million illegal aliens encountered along the southwest border have been released into American communities by the Biden administration. 14,700 pounds of fentanyl were seized by Custom and Border Protection officials during fiscal year 2022. 12,500 pounds of fentanyl seized by Customs and Border officials just in the first 4 months of this fiscal year. Americans are dying as a direct result of President Biden's open border policies. It's a shame that the Democrats did not join us today in Yuma. They would have learned a thing or two. They could have heard from the farmers and landowners and the growers that I talked about earlier. They would have seen how overrun the hospital is with illegal migrants and the cost to our health care institution here in Yuma. They would have heard directly from the people here in Yuma who live President Biden's border crisis each and every day. Instead, they've accused us of political grandstanding because we're here trying to hear from real people outside of Washington, D.C. Why don't Democrats want to hear from local law enforcement? Why don't Democrats want to talk to hospital administrators? Why can't Democrats be bothered to hear how fentanyl continues to kill tens of thousands of people in communities all across this great country? I think we know why. It's because Democrats' open border policies caused this crisis, and rather than choosing to do anything to fix it, they want to call it a stunt, and they want to play political games. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today, and I hope we can discuss what Congress can do to help fix this problem. With that, I would like to recognize our subcommittee chairman. There he is, Mr. McClintock. Our subcommittee chairman on the issue of immigration, Tom McClintock from the great state of California. Mr. McClintock's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the morning of Inauguration Day, 2021, illegal immigration.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I'd like to say that I don't know why Mr. Nadler suggested striking that particular provision. There is high crime in urban areas, and we need to study it. There's high crime in Memphis. We need to study it. But it's not failed democratic policies. It's problems that exist in America. But it shouldn't just include urban areas, because rural areas have high crime too. A lot of drug crime, meth started in the rural areas and is out there. We need to give rural areas as much interest as we give urban areas in fighting against crime. To suggest that there's not high crime in the rural areas is wrong. It's there too. It's in urban areas and rural areas. We don't need to defund anybody. We need to have more police, and we need to protect them, and we need to protect our citizens. So I'm all on that. Mr. Chair, if you would yield for a minute, this section, I've been concerned about the weaponization of the federal government's program. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear that the federal government Justice Department was weaponized during the previous administration. Michael Cohen went to jail for doing what Donald Trump asked him to do. Donald Trump was called Individual 1. He didn't go to jail. He didn't even go to jail when the administration changed and Merrick Garland came in. They let the statute of limitations run, which why, I don't know. We had a Merrick Garland before this committee, and I questioned him at length. Why don't you go against Individual number 1, who ordered Mr. Cohen to do what he did? But when Mr. Cohen was in jail, the administration decided to put him in lockup. They put him back in jail when he was out because he was going to publish a book, and they wanted him not to speak and abridge his First Amendment rights. And then they put him in solitary confinement, and they did everything they could through the Justice Department. It's come out. It was the Justice Department that did that. Could we go, Mr. Chair, back into those issues and look at the weaponization that occurred during the Trump era, particularly that Michael Cohen incident? That's the one that galls me. A guy went to jail because he worked for Donald Trump, and he did what Donald Trump told him to do, to cover up the payments to Stormy Daniels that have all kind of other ramifications. Can we go back into that and these rules?
What I remember about Michael Cohen is the first big hearing that the House Oversight Committee had was with Michael Cohen in early 2019, I believe. And Michael Cohen lied 7 times under oath in front of the House Oversight Committee. We actually did a referral letter to the Justice Department. So that's what I remember about Michael Cohen and his testimony in front of the United States Congress.
But you do remember he went to jail. You do remember that he went out and they put him back in when he was going to publish a book because they wanted him to not comment on it. And you do remember that when they put him back in jail, they put him in solitary confinement.
I don't recall the details about
well,
that.
Then that's
what I do recall is what he said in front of Congress, and he said all kinds of things that weren't accurate.
But Mr. Jordan, that's why I ask, should we not be able to study that, because you don't know it. I know it. It's clearly out there in the public sector. I've read it so many places, and it's been shown that the federal government and Barr did it. Shouldn't we study that? That's weaponization.
What I would say to the gentleman from Tennessee is what concerns me about the Democrats' amendment is, in Part 2, the very first big paragraph on the United States Department of Justice, they say that we shouldn't look into the targeting of parents. We know that happened. We know that happened. They said we shouldn't look at abuse of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. We know that happened not because we learned that necessarily, but the Inspector General told us that happened, and now we have to reauthorize Section 702. That seems to be something entirely appropriate for our oversight.
Mr. Chairman, this is my time. I'm going to reclaim it because.
But you asked me a question. That's how I would just respond.
But you're not. That's not the answer. The answer is about.
Well, you might not like. That's my answer. You may not like it, but I'm allowed to give the answer.
The question was, can we go back to what Trump did to weaponize the Justice Department? I don't know about parents. I'm all for parents, but that's not the issue. The issue is the weaponization of the Justice Department that happened under Trump like never before in our country's history.
I was talking about the weaponization of the Justice Department.
I yield to Mr. Schiff.
Lady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for 5 minutes on the Scanlon Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, would like to thank Ms. Scanlon, my colleague, for this very reasonable amendment. As we have seen across the country, women have been rising up and speaking out about these all-out bans on their own reproductive freedom. As my colleague, Ms. Jayapal, mentioned, 13 states already have a ban. Over 100 House Republicans signed up to support Lindsey Graham's legislation. And so this is not a threat, this is reality for a lot of women. And I will tell you, it's been jarring to hear some of my colleagues speak on behalf of women. And I wonder if any of them have taken the time to speak to women who have been placed in a position where they had to make the choice with their doctor, with their family, about whether they end a pregnancy or whether their own life ends. And if they have not heard from these women, I would encourage them to reach out to women in their district to hear how horrific, frightening, and terrifying this situation is for many women. And the thought that there are so many men in our country who have the audacity to feel like they can speak for women and their physicians is incredible to me. The fact that they can stand between a woman and her doctor and criminalize a woman's rightful need to have reproductive freedom is jarring and unconscionable. You know, and also as my colleague, Ms. Jayapal, pointed out, this whole debate about pro-life really in many ways can be described as more of a pro-forced birth movement. Because once these babies are born, I can tell you, my colleagues and I have worked hard to make sure that families have access to the help and the support that they need. We voted for childcare, high quality childcare, access to childcare for parents. We voted for the expanded child tax credit. We voted for universal pre-K. We voted to make sure that families had the support that they need, and we did not have support from our Republican colleagues. Our Republican colleagues now have control of the House. I have yet to see them come forward with any legislation that would support working families, needy families, all of those children that they purport to care about. It is also, again, really jarring to hear my Republican colleagues say that somehow we don't value the sanctity of life, when, again, we have been the party time and time again making sure that we uplift those Americans, especially those families with children, so that they have a fighting chance. I will close with this. I will again thank my colleague, Ms. Scanlon, for this amendment. If there is nothing to fear with this study, I mean, if my colleagues are so adamant about abortion bans, let's at least have the conversation and the information around the consequences of them. There should be absolutely nothing to fear with voting in support of this amendment if you believe what you believe and what you've shared with us here today. And so with that, Ms. Scanlon, thank you so much for the amendment. I look forward to supporting it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out the gentlelady talked about helping mothers and their newborns. That's exactly what crisis pregnancy centers do. And in the aftermath of the Dobbs leak decision and the decision itself, over 100 crisis pregnancy centers and churches were attacked. And it's my understanding, and the Republicans, American people's understanding, that the FACE Act has not been used to prosecute people who did that kind of damage to the very places that provide the care that the gentlelady was talking about to these moms and newborn children. And that's exactly the language in our oversight plan that this amendment would strike. And that's why we oppose the gentlelady's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not exaggerating when I say that you have called before you 2 witnesses who pose a direct threat to people who oppose them. It's funny when people have to go through that. Exactly. This is unacceptable. I'm ready for it. I don't know if a lot of other people are. But just as it was unacceptable for Kevin McCarthy to provide 41,000 hours of sensitive security footage to a biased talking head in an effort to rewrite what happened on January 6th. This is a new Republican playbook, apparently.
Mr.
Risk
Chairman.
American safety and security to score political points.
The gentlelady's words should be struck. We do not accuse witnesses of threatening others. That is out of line and
I'm
outside the rules of this
not striking down
committee.
that, and I can have an
You don't get to
opinion
determine
about
what's
what
struck down.
witnesses-
Well, you do get an opening statement, and it's
And
about,
so let
it's
me
about
finish.
over.
The committee will suspend.
We know this is because at the first hearing, the chairman claimed that big government and big tech colluded to shape and mold the narrative and suppress information and censor Americans. This is a false narrative. We're engaging in false narratives here, and we are going to tell the truth. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out the consent decree was in our report. We offered your staff also the opportunity to review the FTC letters. You have not come over to review those letters. Third, the idea that I believe both of these individuals who are getting ready to testify, I believe they're both Democrats. The idea that two journalists who happen to be
Did you not give
Democrats—
that offer at 8 o'clock last
I'm
night?
talking now. Your time was ended a few
Neither of
seconds
us
ago.
are in time.
I don't think they're here to help us politically. I think they're here to tell us the truth. And oh, by the way, the first FTC letter to Twitter after the first set of Twitter files, the very first question was, who are the journalists you're talking to? And you guys don't care. You don't care.
You
don't
care
want
about the
you don't want the American
2011
people to see.
consent
You don't
decree?
want the American people to see what happened, the full video, transparency. You don't want that, and you don't want two journalists who have been named personally by the Biden administration, FTC, in a letter.
The Biden administration
And you're saying
is
they're
not
here
the
to help us.
FTC.
They're here to tell their story. And frankly, I think they're brave individuals for being willing to come after they've been named in a letter from the Biden FTC.
Is this your question time now?
No, I'm responding to your ridiculous statements you made in your opening statement.
Okay, well, let's get on with it.
Oh, now we want to get on with it. So you can
did.
say all the things you want, and I
I
point out
did
the
in my
facts.
opening statement,
I
as
point
well
out
as
all
you
the
had an
facts.
opening statement. You
chair-
said what you needed to say in your opening statement, and I, as the ranking member, have
Without
used my
objection,
time.
all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will introduce today's witness, Matt Taibbi. He's a journalist and author. He's one of the authors of the Twitter files, previously worked for Rolling Stone, that right-wing publication, Rolling Stone, where so many Republicans work at. He's also written several books about American politics and culture. And of course, as I pointed out, as the Wall Street Journal pointed out yesterday on the front page, was named by the FTC. Michael Schellenberger is also a journalist, author, and one of the authors of the Twitter files. He's also co-founded several nonprofits, including Breakthrough Institute, Environmental Progress, and the California. I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member for her 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Taibbi, the emails and documents you've produced all date to around 2020. Is that correct?
No, there's a significant portion of them from 2017 and 2018 as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Schellenberger, what dates do you have?
I believe that we had emails including 2022, 2021, 2020.
That's also true.
2019.
And Mr. Taibbi said 2018. Do you have 2018 as well?
I can't remember.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, how many employees did Twitter employ in approximately the time period of 2020, 2021? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, it was 7,500. Do you know how many were in its legal team during that time period?
I don't. I'm sorry.
And do you know how many were in its public policy team?
I don't.
Mr. Schellenberger, do you know how many were employed in content moderation during that time?
I do not know.
Okay. So we're looking at thousands of employees overall and hundreds in offices were the focus of emails and documents you released. I will ask you, Mr. Schellenberger, how many emails did Mr. Musk give you access to?
I mean, we went through thousands of emails.
Did he give you access to all of the emails for the time period in which?
Yeah, I never had a single request denied. And not only that, but the amount of files that we were given were so voluminous that there was no way that anybody could have gone through them beforehand. And we never found an instance where there was any evidence that anything had been taken out.
Okay, so you would believe that you have probably millions of emails and documents, right? That's correct, would you say?
I don't, millions
No, I think the number's
sounds
less than
too
that.
high.
Okay, 100,000?
That's probably closer.
Probably, yeah.
Probably close to 100,000 that both of you are saying. Yet, in the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi, you've produced only 338 of those 100,000 emails. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then who gave you access to these emails? Who was the
people at Twitter.
individual that gave you permission to access the emails?
Well, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter, and that's what I'm going to refer to.
Okay. Did Mr. Musk contact you, Mr. Taibbi?
Again, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter.
Mr. Schellenberger, did Mr. Musk contact you?
Actually, no. I was brought in by my friend Barry Weiss, and so this story, there's been a lot of misinformation
So Mr. Weiss
or
brought you in.
disinformation about
Mr.
that.
Taibbi, Ms. Weiss, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, have you had conversations with Elon Musk?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Taibbi, did Mr. Musk place any conditions on the use of the
Would the gentlelady yield for a second?
as long as my time is not used.
Are you trying to get journalists to
No, I'm not
expose
trying to
their
get,
sources?
no, I'm not.
Well,
I
it
am
sure sounds
asking,
like it.
no, well, if you will let me finish. And you had conversations with him, you said you weren't going to agree to who your sources were. I'm not asking you your source. I'm asking you if you had conversations with the owner of Twitter. And did Mr. Musk place any conditions on your use of the emails or documents?
No, in fact, I was told explicitly that we were given license to look at present-day Twitter as well as past Twitter.
So you had unfiltered access to Twitter's internal communications and systems?
Yes.
Would those include HR files?
No. We did not have access to personal information of any kind. In fact, we signed a waiver foregoing.
Have you produced that waiver to the members of anyone on this committee or any staff?
I'd be happy to
Have
produce
you?
it. I haven't, but I'd be happy.
Have you given all of the access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Okay. I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
No.
So what we're getting is your dissemination, your decision as to what was important and not important in that, correct?
Which is true in every news story.
In every story. But you have files that you say you are sharing, but those files are just a smaller period of the files. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And the FTC investigation of Twitter, you knew that they were investigating Twitter before the time period that Mr. Musk came on?
I was aware of it, yes.
And the FTC was concerned with user data being hacked or used? Is that correct, that they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
Have you seen the consent decree?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, the consent decree is concerned with user data, which would be probably the reason that they were concerned if they're giving files to journalists that potentially data about users as well as data about individuals and employees would be given to them.
My understanding
So
is
I
that
didn't
they
ask
didn't
a question. I didn't ask you a question, sir. Okay? So do you know that Elon Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter? Is that correct, Mr. Schellenberger? Were you aware of that?
Yes, I read that.
And did you know that he received that part of the funding from Saudi Arabia as well as Qatar?
I heard that.
And did you know that one of those individuals who owns Binance was the company Binance, while he has Canadian citizenship, he is a Chinese national. Were you aware of that?
I did not know that.
Okay, and that he stated that that was for the cause. But thank you very much for answering my questions. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes. Would the gentlelady yield for 20 seconds?
Yes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I just think this is interesting. First, the FTC is asking for your backgrounds, and now the ranking member of the Committee on the Weaponization of Government is asking for your sources. If
I
that
never
doesn't
asked them
raise-
for their sources.
Yes, you
I
did,
did
and
not
we-
ask for sources.
You know what?
I asked
The
if they were
gentlelady is not-
talking
the
to
gentlelady
Elon
is
Musk.
not
And they
recognized.
said that they were not talking. Well, you are not going to say,
I will
I've
yield back
asked for
to, I
sources.
will yield back to the
Thank
gentlelady.
you.
I thank her for
With
yielding.
respect, you asked me who gave me who gave me.
I asked you who
files.
gave it to you, and once you said they were your sources, I then asked you if you had spoken with Elon Musk. I did not ask you who those sources were.
The
For
gentlelady
the
from
record. Keep the
Wyoming is
record correct.
recognized, and she will receive an additional 20 seconds. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
And a great point. I now recognize the gentlelady from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Taibbi, I want to ask about journalistic ethics and information sources. The Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics asserts that journalists should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility. Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity. But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
I think it depends.
Really? You wouldn't agree that a journalist should avoid spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion?
Congresswoman, I've done probably a dozen stories involving whistleblowers. Every reported story that I've ever done across 3 decades involves sources who have motives. Every time you do a story, you're making a balancing test between the public interest.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I ask you this because before you became Elon Musk's hand-picked journalist, and pardon the oxymoron, you stated this on Joe Rogan's podcast about being spoon-fed information, and I quote, "I think that's true of any kind of journalism," and you'll see it behind me here. "I think that's true of any kind of journalism. Once you start getting handed things, then you've lost. They have you at that point, and you got to get out of that habit. You just can't cross that line." Do you still believe what you told Mr. Rogan? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. Now, you crossed that line with the Twitter files.
No.
Elon Musk, it's my time. Please do not interrupt me. Elon Musk spoon-fed you his cherry-picked information, which you must have suspected promotes a slanted viewpoint, or at the very least generates another right-wing conspiracy theory. You violated your own standard, and you appear to have benefited from it. Before the release of the emails in August of last year, you had 661,000 Twitter followers. After the Twitter files, your followers doubled, and now it's 3 times what it was last August. I imagine your Substack readership, which is a subscription, increased significantly because of the work that you did for Elon Musk. Now, I'm not asking you to put a dollar figure on it, but it's quite obvious that you've profited from the Twitter files. You hit the jackpot on that Vegas slot machine to which you referred. That's true, isn't it?
I've also reinvested.
You've made some. No. Is it true that you have profited since you were the recipient of the Twitter files? You've made money. Yes or no?
I think it's probably a wash, honestly.
No, you have made money that you did not have before, correct?
But I've also spent money that I didn't have before. I just hired a whole group of people to
Patently obvious answer, reclaiming my time. Attention is a powerful drug. Eyeballs, money, prominence, attention, all of it points to problems with accuracy and credibility. And the larger point, which is social media companies are not biased against conservatives, and if anything, they ignored their own policies by allowing Trump and other MAGA extremists to post incessant lies, endangering public safety and even our democracy. Hypocrisy is the hangover of an addiction to attention. Now, I want to point out another alleged finding from the Twitter files. Mr. Schellenberger, you've referenced several times this $3.4 million that the FBI paid to Twitter in 2020 that was referenced in General Counsel Jim Baker's email. I first want to confirm that nowhere in the email does Baker say that the money was paid to censor information, take down posts, suspend accounts, or do anything relating to content moderation. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you. But honest reporting would have explained that the $3.4 million was paid to release information, not censor it. One of my colleagues on this panel repeated your distortions and told Americans this reimbursement was used to, quote, censor certain stories. That's a flat-out lie. Mr. Schellenberger, are you aware of Section 2706 under the Stored Communications Act? It says when social media companies comply with subpoenas, warrants, or court orders, it costs them money, so they get reimbursed. The FBI makes these requests and reimbursements to discover evidence and run relevant to a criminal investigation. Let me repeat that. The FBI makes these requests to help catch the bad guys. That helps keep child predators off social media sites. It helps keep violent criminals off our streets. I support the FBI and our law enforcement agencies. It would be nice if our Republican colleagues did the same and not fabricate explanations for payments that are defined for clear purposes in federal law. My time is just about wrapped up.
May I respond?
The truth is that social media companies are unregulated monoliths. They pose danger to individuals.
They allow posts that bring harm, and that's the bottom line. That the other side will not tell you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman had no time to yield back, but I will let the gentleman, Mr. Schellenberger, respond. And I would also point out that I did not say what the
Mr.
FBI
Chairman,
paid Twitter for. All I said was they paid Twitter $3.4 million.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I didn't ask Mr. Schellenberger a question.
Yeah, but the witness wants to respond, and the witnesses have been invited at our guests, and frankly, they've been attacked by the federal
Well, please
government.
do that.
I'm going to let Mr. Schellenberger answer that before recognizing Mr. Bishop.
So are you going to do that as we move down the line of questioners?
The gentlelady has not been recognized. You had your 5 minutes, and frankly, I think that's at the discretion of the chair. Mr. Schellenberger, you can respond briefly.
I'll be brief, which is that my understanding from those files is that Twitter had decided not to take that money until recently. So if you read that email, what Stasha, I believe, the person that sent it, is saying is that they started taking money after previously not taking it. And I believe that the reason that they had not taken it earlier was because they did not want that financial conflict clouding their relationship.
Mr. Chairman, the money is payment under federal law so that they can
The gentleman from
recoup
North
costs.
Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for 5 minutes. The ranking member, her opening statement. I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you. Before my opening statement, Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, it's been my understanding that one of the witnesses has, within the last half an hour, released additional information that the Republicans may, and you as the majority, may have been able to review and have information about. And if that information is in fact going to be used at this hearing, I just want the point of order to be recognized that the Democrats have not been able to review or to see any of that information. Will you be using any of the information that has recently been released by, excuse me? Will you be using any of that information?
We'll be using whatever information that our staff has put together for us to use at this hearing.
And
I'd
have
expect
you
guys to
had
do the
that
same.
information before this hearing began, before today?
We use all information that is given to our staff, and we will use it to make sure we educate the
And
American people on the
information
web.
that you have not shared with us?
Oh, we think it was posted online.
Within just this half an hour, the last 20 minutes, but it's not information
Do
that
you want
was
us to
privy
get?
to us
You
before
want us to
that.
get you a copy of it, because we can make a
I
copy.
think we
for
can
you.
go online and find a copy. We can look on our Twitter accounts and see it. But I just want the point of order that you have not shared any of that with us. And I understand that you may have been looking at this long before today's hearing.
We obtained it at the same time frame that
Excuse
was
me,
posted online.
before we continue, is one of your colleagues trying to speak to me? Or I think this was a conversation between you and me.
I was speaking to a parliamentarian, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
It's the gentlelady's time.
Okay, all right, well.
And I recognize you for an opening statement.
And I had a point of order, which I was asking you to address.
And I answered your question.
Okay, great. Now I will begin my.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
bet.
First of all, I want to correct the statement my colleague made that my objections were to the substance or content of the two witnesses that are now departed. My objection, as I stated before, was that if we are not going to observe the right to cross-examine witnesses that are providing substantive testimony before this committee, then we should strike that. And that is the practice in federal courts when much is at stake. And it is a device that ensures that when people take a stand and offer evidence, that we can test the veracity of their statements. But that is not the case in this hearing. The chair and the majority have chosen to allow witnesses to offer substantive testimony here and then have allowed them to scurry away and not face cross-examination or the testing of the statements they have made. You know, it's ironic that we began this hearing with a Pledge of Allegiance. We all stood and put our hands on our hearts and looked at the flag. Then we turned around and we eviscerated the very process here that would protect rights, protect the integrity of this hearing, to elicit the truth and to test the statements and testimony that are brought before us. This is such a departure. This is such a departure from regular order and the usual process of congressional hearings that I'm compelled to strike that, to ask to strike that testimony, because it's not worth anything if it can't be tested. Congress or the American people should not be able to rely on that information if it is not tested, not truthful. And so, Mr. Chairman, I resume my motion to adjourn, and I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman moves to adjourn. The committee will suspend while we get prepared to have the clerk call the roll.
Mr. Chair, may the time be suspended, please, for that?
It is suspended.
It's still going, clock going down.
Oh, the clock for Mr. Yeah, we will hold the time for Mr.
Thank
Lynch.
you.
We'll get the clerk out here and we'll have the vote.
Ms. Jordan, point of inquiry.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I've testified before committee even during the 2 years I was out of Congress, and you and I have been here for more than a decade together. Have we ever cross-examined a current U.S. Senator who testified before any committee that you or I were on?
Nope, we have not.
Mr. Chairman, this is debating the point of order.
No, it was as a point of inquiry. I just asked the question of the
Clerk
chairman.
will call the roll on the gentleman's motion from Massachusetts.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? No. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Stewart? Ms. Stefanik? No. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Kamak? Ms. Kamak votes no. Ms. Hageman? No. Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Poscott? Mr. Lynch?
Yes.
Mr. Lynch votes yes. Ms. Sanchez?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Allred? Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Goldman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldman votes aye.
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded?
Ms. Poscott, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Ms. Poscott votes aye. Mr. Stewart, you're not recorded. Mr. Stewart votes no.
All members voted. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes and 12 noes.
Motion fails. The gentleman is recognized for the remainder of his 5
Point
minutes
of
of question.
inquiry. Mr. Chairman, point of
The
inquiry.
gentlelady is recognized from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to unconfuse the record. I mean, sometimes I hear you talk about Mr. Landry as appearing as a former member of Congress, and sometimes I hear you saying was Louisiana Attorney General.
Well, those are both true statements.
Those are two statements, but in what capacity was he testifying today? As a former member or as an elected state official?
He was testifying as a witness in front of the Subcommittee on the Weaponization of Government. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for his 2 minutes
sir?
and 17 seconds remaining in his 5 minutes of
In
questioning.
what capacity, sir?
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I should get an answer in what capacity he was here.
He was in the capacity of a witness in front of our committee. That was his capacity.
Attorney General.
Yeah, the gentleman from Massachusetts is
So
recognized.
is the president now set that any state official that
Precedent's
comes
now
is going
set
to
that
be
the
excused?
gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for the remainder of his 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Chairman, I would
Regular
like
order.
an answer.
Mr. Seligman, in the Missouri versus Biden complaint, today's witnesses, who are now departed, claimed that a February 2022 Department of Homeland Security threat bulletin somehow harmed them by warning that online disinformation could lead to real physical threats. I ask unanimous consent to introduce this February 7, 2022 National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin.
Without objection.
Mr. Seligman, this warning obviously was not far-fetched, as evidenced by the events of January 6th. Members of the extremist groups like Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and 3 Percenters did not hesitate in calling for perpetrating violence on the basis of false or misleading election fraud narratives, and we need only to remember the chants of "Hang Mike Pence" outside this U.S. Capitol. I would also underscore that more than 60 lawsuits brought by President Trump and his supporters, especially Rudy Giuliani, following the 2020 presidential election failed because they lacked evidence to support them. Professor Seligman, do you agree that false or misleading narratives about the substantive election fraud could lead to calls for violence around elections?
Yes, I do.
Professor Seligman, the witness that we're sitting next to you seemed to think that it is censorship for DHS to warn that online disinformation
matter. I now yield to the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And Chairman, what's interesting to me is that this hearing is about transparency, and my staff has told me that there are multiple documents that you have allowed my staff to look at in camera, meaning they can go look at them, but they cannot have them, documents that you've been given related to an FTC inquiry. My ask is just that you turn those over to us. It sounds like we are asking you to do what you think these witnesses are not doing. So again, just in the spirit of transparency, we would like those documents. Mr. Dunham.
I'll take it under advisement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunham, following the subpoena you received from the Judiciary Committee Republicans, you offered to meet and confer with them on multiple occasions. Is that right?
We met with the committee in early January on the initial forming of the committee in the new Congress, and then we've had several engagements or outreach since the subpoena.
And what would happen if you violated a subpoena and just didn't show up?
I'm not sure what the consequences would be for me, but we're actively engaged with the committee and intend to do so going forward as well.
Great. Well, thank you for doing what Jim Jordan wasn't willing to do and show up and be responsive. Your good faith effort did not end there, though. In fact, you also offered to work with them to prioritize their document requests. Is that right?
When we received Chairman Jordan's letter on January 17th, we also had a meeting previously scheduled that afternoon with committee staff, more as a meet and greet to kind of talk about the 118th Congress and discuss the topics of interest to the committee. To determine what was the primary focus of their interest.
And in addition to that meeting, you allowed them to come in person and review non-public documents. Is that correct?
In response to the subpoena, we provided in-camera review of Guardian documents related to the EDU official tags, which was a substantive production at the core of the subpoena's request.
And these guys viewed those documents?
The documents were reviewed by both majority and minority staff.
And after viewing the documents, and do those documents, by the way, include what we call law enforcement sensitive information?
The documents themselves are law enforcement sensitive. They're law enforcement files. They're tips that we receive from the public and the actions associated with those tips. So yes.
What's the difference between something you call law enforcement sensitive and something that you could put on the front page of the Washington Post?
Something that's purely unclassified versus something that has a law enforcement caveat that is necessary to protect potential investigative equities, witness information, subject information, anything related to sources, methods, techniques, that type of thing.
And after Jim Jordan's team viewed the documents, are you aware of a report that Jim Jordan drafted related to their inquiry?
I'm aware.
And in that report, was it a public report?
I believe it was a public report.
And in that report, did you see any law enforcement sensitive information?
I'm not aware of what information was in the report. I haven't studied it closely enough to determine whether there's law enforcement sensitive information there, but that's something I can certainly get back to you on.
Okay, I'll go back to you with some pieces that we saw that were included in there that would qualify as an unlawful disclosure. Ms. Bumpus, thank you again for also doing something that Jim Jordan would not do and responding to a subpoena. Is it true that you've worked for multiple prior chairs that were Republican and Democratic and even worked for John McCain when you worked on the Hill?
Sorry, yes, Congressman. I did work for John McCain on the Hill prior to coming to the FTC in 2006, and I've worked for 8 chairmen as Director of Congressional Relations for Democrats and for Republicans.
And while you were responsive to the inquiries of the chairman, is it true that you cannot provide information about ongoing or potential investigations?
That is correct. Under the rules of the commission, we cannot disclose non-public information without a vote of the commission.
So would you be committing a crime if you did what Jim Jordan is asking you to do?
I cannot speak today about non-public information or about ongoing investigations.
Thank you. I yield back.
Well, I was just going to say, Ms. Harrison, are you grandstanding?
No, and it seems like, as Madeline mentioned, the other side is here on taxpayer dollars. The least that they could do is listen to our side of it, ask us questions. They brought witnesses in to counter our horrific stories for their agenda. All they want to do is talk about gun legislation. Well, you can have all the gun legislation on the books, but if it's not enforced, which is what Alvin Bragg is doing, then it's not going to matter and people are going to die. And that's why we're here. And I appreciate your oversight because we do need help. And if they continue to ignore it, people are going to continue to die.
Is this committee victimizing you, Ms. Brame, as Democrats said?
Absolutely not. This committee has given me a platform, has given me a seat at the table to be able to tell my story and raise awareness for victims all over, not just New York City, but all over this country, especially from Philadelphia.
Ms. Fisher, if the guns are the problem, why didn't the Democrats fix it?
The Democrats have worked hard to pass
Well, they had
comprehensive...
control. They controlled all the House, all the guy. They still have the White House. Why didn't they fix it last Congress?
We
if
need
the answer
comprehensive gun violence prevention legislation to be passed, and this Congress has the ability and the capacity to do that.
I was in the Congress last session. Mr.
So
Nadler was the chair. They
now.
tried. They could have passed. They didn't pass
We
it.
need Congress to go back to Washington and pass strong gun violence prevention legislation.
No, I'm going to go to Mr. DiGiacomo. Mr. DiGiacomo, are you grandstanding?
Not at all. Honestly, I'm
You're
here
representing the detectives of this great town, right?
Absolutely, and very proud of it. I am not here other than to ask for help. Someone just said that we can't do anything here. Well, if the people of the United States Congress can't do anything to help us, we're in a lot of trouble, because there are some powerful people around this table that could help and stop the violence and make the streets safer for the people of New York City and the police officers and detectives that serve them.
Thank you.
We're here for help.
We
need help.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and the gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of the witnesses for being here today.
Would the gentlelady yield for a moment?
Yes, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. I just want to answer Mr. Jordan's question. Last year, when we were in control, the Democrats in the House passed very comprehensive gun control legislation. The Democrats in the Senate voted for very comprehensive gun control legislation, but because of the filibuster, you needed 60 votes, and we got no Republican votes, and that's why it didn't pass. I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
I echo the statistics that were just offered by the ranking member, Mr. Nadler.
My colleague, Hank Johnson, for yielding time. Mr. Chairman, first I want to express my condolences, my deepest condolences to both Ms. Harrison and Ms. Brain and Mr. Alba. I was proud to see your community, our community, rally around you and other bodegueros, and I applauded D.A. Bragg's decision to drop the charges against you. During the 80s and 90s, before I was involved in public service, as a regular citizen of New York, I fought crime and drugs during the crack wars in northern Manhattan.
Yes.
During those years, the 34th precinct used to average over 100 homicides. Let me repeat this: over 100 homicides a year. Myself and my family members were held at gunpoint during those years. Held up at gunpoint. I don't know if any of you here have been held up at gunpoint. This is deeply personal to me. This year, the 34th precinct has witnessed 0 homicides. And last year, although far too many, that same precinct in northern Manhattan witnessed 5 homicides. From 100 to 5, and to this year, 0.
Yes.
But let me say something to you, Mr. Chairman. The common denominator in most homicides across the country is a gun. It's a gun. 80% of the homicides in this country are committed by guns. A young man murdered on 137th Street. A gun.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back.
And you guys brandish your paints with AR-15. Reprehensible.
The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Swalwell from California for his 5 minutes question.
Congress.
Mr. Secretary, you want to respond to
Can
that?
I take 20 seconds?
Yep.
To say that we are doing nothing is an absolute falsehood. We are taking it to the cartels. Do I think that nearly 58,000 fentanyl overdose deaths in 2020 are quote unquote justifiable? This department has worked to stop the trafficking of narcotics since its very inception. And we both know very well that the drug problem in this country requires a two-pronged approach to address the supply and to address the demand. And this fight continues, and we are taking it to the cartels in an unprecedented way. And Operation Blue Lotus that we launched in the middle of March is one powerful example of what we are doing to only increase our effort to address this scourge that is killing so many Americans. But to say that we are doing nothing is unequivocally false.
Mr. Secretary, you oversee one of the largest law enforcement personnel in America. Is it the position of the Biden administration to fund or defund the police?
It is to fund the police.
And does that include to also train them to catch the bad guys and also not to harm the good guys?
Congressman, that is the sworn oath of officers.
And you would agree that unlike any time before in our history, police officers are in danger today. They have a target on their back, violence committed against them.
Congressman, I know that law enforcement officers are under tremendous attack.
And do you think go ahead, do you think anti-police rhetoric hurts morale or helps morale as you're trying to recruit people to be law enforcement officers?
Congressman, it hurts morale, and that is why it is so important that law enforcement leaders continue to communicate the nobility of the law enforcement profession. I'm very proud to say that.
And does anti-police rhetoric put targets on the back of law enforcement for their safety?
Congressman, it does.
That's why I'm disturbed about a recent tweet from the former president that says Republicans in Congress should defund the Department of Justice and the FBI. I'm also concerned about people on this committee and their own anti-police rhetoric. This is a defund the FBI campaign effort. Again, thousands of FBI agents who work hard every day to take bad guys off the streets. In fact, after the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago, someone armed to the teeth went to an FBI field office to try and kill FBI agents. I'm also concerned that the chairman of the Judiciary Committee invited a witness. When you could have any person who walks this earth as a chairman of a committee to come in and testify, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee invited the author of this tweet.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Chairman.
Personal inquiry.
He's not yielding.
Not
the gentleman is recognized.
So it concerns me that there is this anti-police rhetoric that's happening among some in the MAGA Republican Party because they vote against police funding that was included in the COVID relief package. They vote against police reform efforts that would put millions of dollars in community police officers on our street. They vote and are against the union protections that allow them to collectively bargain. And as we honor the hundreds of January 6th officers who were hurt that day, too many of them gave comfort and aid at the DC jail. I also want to ask, is anti-Semitism on the rise in America, Mr. Secretary?
Congressman, yes, it is.
And are we seeing increases in violence toward Jewish Americans?
Congressman, yes, we are, and we are seeing that for other minority groups as well.
And so when an influencer like Kanye West, who has millions of followers on social media, says that he's going to declare DEFCON 3 on the Jews, do you think that increases threats to Jewish Americans or decreases threats?
Words like that increase the threat to minority groups, Congressman.
And that's why it surprises me that the chairman of the Judiciary Committee tweeted out, Kanye, Elon, Trump. Well, we know what Trump thinks about law enforcement and what is happening in law enforcement right now with targets on their back. But this tweet was kept up for months after Kanye West said that he was going to declare DEFCON 3 on the Jews. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that all of us have a responsibility to elevate our rhetoric and to denounce anti-Semitism and anti-police rhetoric in this country so that Jewish Americans and police officers can be safer?
Congressman, I do.
Thank you, and I yield back.
To stand for freedom and defend it if we do that.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will not yield. I will yield back my time.
Can you yield to me?
Oh, I'm sorry, yield to the chairman. I thought I couldn't interpret what you're writing.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It seems to me that the amendments offered by our friends on the other side would keep what we currently have, the status quo, wouldn't change what's going on now. And what's going on now? Chaos.
Right.
We know it's chaos. It's been chaos for 28 months. There's no number, there's no figure, there's no stat, there's nothing you can look at that says it's not a chaotic situation, and the Democrats' amendments say, let's keep that in place. I think we should probably change it. That's what Mr. McClintock's bill does. It's combined bills that make the system work. Actually let legitimate asylum seekers get their adjudication done and enter the country from communist countries for wherever they come, but you got to do it the right way. You got to do it in a way consistent with the law. That's what this does. We heard from a sheriff in Yuma who said, 30 years in law enforcement in Arizona, said, what is the situation on the border? He said, it's the worst it's been in my 30 years in law enforcement. And that has happened. Mr. McClintock gave the numbers at the start of our hearing today. That has happened in literally 28 months, and it started on day one. And the Democrats say, keep that in place. I think the country wants us to change it. And guess what's happening? There's a whole caravan of more people coming when Title 42 goes away. We should maybe demonstrate that we're trying to fix the problem, and that's what this bill does. And I want to thank Mr. Johnson, Mr. McClintock, and our whole team who worked on this to put together something that changes the chaos that we all know is currently happening on our southern border.
Mr. Chairman, to reclaim my time, 10 seconds. I authored the asylum provisions of this bill.
Yep.
And I've been bringing this language since I got to Congress 7 years ago. It's about time we fix it so that it will work again. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose communism. That's why I support this amendment. And now I'm going to yield my time to Representative Schiff.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I won't need all of the time, but I did want to respond.
Continues to take the lives of more than 100 Americans every single day. It changes how safe we feel in our schools and in our houses of worship. It reduces vibrant cities to somber headlines. It takes our loved ones, old and young, and leaves us with another anniversary of lives cut short and a community forever changed. 3 weeks ago, 6 more people, including 3 children, were killed in a mass shooting at a school in Nashville. It was the 19th school shooting just this year. 3 weeks ago, 3 more families woke up without the child that they took to school the day before. 6 more families faced the unthinkable, that their son, their daughter, their parent, their husband, their wife, or their sibling are one of the 100 Americans we lose every day to gun violence. And Mr. Chairman, the United States is the only nation on the face of the earth which has these systematic mass shootings. And 3 weeks ago, the majority had planned to mark up this very legislation, a bill to make stabilizing braces widely available without a background check, even though they'd already been used in mass shootings in Dayton, Boulder, and Colorado Springs. When it was revealed that the shooter in Nashville also used the gun with a stabilizing brace, the Republicans canceled the markup. Until now. Today, the majority has decided that enough time has passed and 6 lives were lost in yet another mass shooting with a stabilizing brace. Perhaps they think that we have forgotten the lives lost in that terrible tragedy. But we will never forget them, or the countless others who lose their lives to gun violence every day. Today, rather than stand up against gun violence, the majority has called this markup so that they can yet again stand with the gun industry. Rather than support the law enforcement officers who are on the front lines of protecting our communities, the majority is attempting to weaken law enforcement by rolling back a rule created by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives meant to protect us from dangerous weapons. ATF is the law enforcement agency tasked with keeping guns out of the wrong hands and keeping our gun laws in line with congressional intent through rulemaking. In 1934, Congress passed the National Firearms Act, creating additional requirements to own certain especially dangerous firearms like short-barreled rifles, which were widely used by violent criminals. Congress included short-barreled rifles because they combine the firepower of a rifle with the concealability of a smaller gun. But in recent years, the gun industry discovered a way to circumvent the restrictions of the National Firearms Act by selling stabilizing braces, an accessory that allows a pistol to be fired from the shoulder, turning it into a deadly yet concealable short-barreled rifle. In 2020, under the Trump administration, the ATF concluded that stabilizing braces were being widely used to create short-barreled rifles and to publish guidance regarding their use. But House Republicans cried foul. Just 4 days after the guidance was published, 90 House Republicans sent a letter to ATF and DOJ expressing their opposition. And just a few days later, the guidance was withdrawn. A few months later, under the Biden administration, the ATF revived its efforts to regulate stabilizing braces and published the final rule in January to ensure that our laws stay in line with the intent of Congress dating all the way back to 1934, when Congress decided that deadly, concealable short-barreled rifles should be subject to heightened regulation. But Republicans will stop at nothing to block the ATF from taking this simple life-saving measure. Mass shooters used guns with stabilizing braces to kill 9 people outside a bar in Dayton in 2019, to kill 10 people, including a responding police officer, at a grocery store in Boulder in 2021, to kill 5 people in an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs in 2022, and to kill 6 people at a school in Nashville just 3 weeks ago. How many more people have to die before Republicans acknowledge that these weapons are a favorite of mass shooters for their ability to make a gun both deadly and concealable? How many more people have to die before Republicans will value the lives of our children over the profits of the gun industry? Last Congress, Democrats put forth a range of solutions to prevent gun violence, to support law enforcement, and to solve violent crimes. But our colleagues across the aisle continue to push for unfettered access to every firearm and accessory imaginable. As Republicans continue to seek freedom from gun regulation, we will continue to see communities free from gun violence. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerous legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Who seeks gentleman from Kentucky is recognized, Mr. Massey.
Joining me now is Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon. Congresswoman, I appreciate you coming on today.
Thanks for having me.
The House Judiciary Committee held a field hearing in New York City on Monday about the victims of violent crimes in Manhattan. Before you arrived at the hearing, you categorized it as a, quote, piece of performative nonsense and a cheap political stunt. Now that you participated in the hearing, do you still feel that way, and how do you feel today?
I think that's accurate. I mean, it was billed as being, it was supposed to be a hearing about victims of crime in Manhattan. There was no reason to choose Manhattan. There was no reason to drag the Judiciary Committee and all the expense of transporting all the committee members up there and the staff up there, particularly when Manhattan, of all places, is actually seeing a decreasing crime rate. So it was pretty clear from the outset that was driving this hearing was the chairman's interest in trying to discredit the Manhattan district attorney, who just the week or so before had indicted and arrested the former president. And of course, Chairman Jordan is one of the former president's biggest allies.
I do want to read you a description of what the committee said that the hearing was about. This was on its website. The hearing, Victims of Violent Crime in Manhattan, will examine how Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's pro-crime, anti-victim policies have led to an increase in violent crime and a dangerous community for New York City residents. When you were first alerted about this field hearing, what were you told?
Our first alert to it, I believe, was a tweet or some kind of social media notice, which came pretty late during our district week.
And what was the goal that was relayed to you once you asked questions about it?
Pretty much just what you said there. I mean, we didn't get a lot of information. We got whatever the committee had posted on the website or social media. We were basically learning about the hearing in the same time frame that the public did, because the chairman wasn't sharing a lot of information with the Democratic members of the committee. If there had been genuine engagement and discussion of what we should be trying to do, we probably would have asked, as we did in the hearing, that we focus on best practices for reducing crime, that we focus on what our constituents are most concerned about, which is reducing gun violence.
Obviously, there were witnesses there that were either themselves or had members of their family that were victims of violent crime. You sat there, you listened to their stories. What do you think about them and their stories yesterday?
Well, as I said in the hearing, I felt badly that they had been used, in effect, by the majority members of the committee to drive this hearing. Clearly, these are people who have suffered from various forms of violence and crimes in their lives, and your heart couldn't help but go out to them. And I admire their courage for speaking up and trying to change things, to try to turn that pain into action and to actual change for their communities. But as I said in the hearing, I'm sorry that that hearing is not what's going to do it. We are not going to see legislative work come out of that hearing. The majority clearly had no interest in digging into what works or doesn't work. They came with a set of talking points and tried to exploit the situation and exploit these people's pain and grief in order to take some hits at the district attorney, who had actually had the temerity to try to hold Mr. Trump accountable for some, what the grand jury has said are criminal violations.
Obviously, Republicans and Democrats had very different characterizations of this hearing. Ranking Member Jerry Nadler called it a weaponization of the House Judiciary Committee. And Chairman Jim Jordan said that, quote, here in Manhattan, the scales of justice are weighed down by politics, and that the DA is, quote, looking for opportunities to advance a political agenda. What is your reaction to his assessment?
Well, I think his statement there really points out exactly what we were talking about. He went into that hearing saying that the district attorney for Manhattan had a purely political agenda, which I think if you look at the statistics and what the district attorney there has done is not true. They've actually seen big reductions in a variety of types of crime in Manhattan during his tenure. So it seems pretty obvious, even from Mr. Jordan's statement, opening statement, that he went in there trying to score some political points.
Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To use the chairman's words, you know what Americans can't stand? You know what they hate about this town? They can't stand gun violence, and they can't stand the fact that the Judiciary Committee has done nothing about it. That's what they really can't stand. We're not here to talk about guns in the way most of us hope we would. That 40,000 Americans' lives each year are lost to gun violence, or how gun violence has become the leading cause of death of children in America, even passing car accidents, or how we've had more than 170 mass shootings this year already, or how our kids are being gunned down by assault weapons in schools again and again and again. No. Instead, Republicans have convened today's hearing to attack the agency devoted to preventing gun violence and to try to decimate its ability to keep Americans safe. During last week's vote to dismantle the ATF rule in this committee, my colleague, Mr. Ivey, posed a simple question. What are you willing to do to address gun violence? Anything? Is there any measure you'll work on to help curb this epidemic in this country? Anything at all? I think we have our answer. We should be talking about how we support the ATF and enable it to do its job. But today, again, we're here to attack the ATF and to try to even abolish it. So, Director Dettelbach, I want to first say thank you for your service, and to the brave men and women who serve at ATF. I apologize for the manner in which you have been treated in this hearing, but I hope you understand they're not actually interested in having an answer from you. This is about making a speech and having a video clip and sending it to Fox or maybe raising money off it. So please don't feel badly that you're actually not being allowed to answer a question. So I'm going to actually ask questions, and I'd love your answers. I want to talk a little bit about how the ATF enforces laws that Congress passes and adapts to new technologies and innovations. Nearly 90 years ago, Congress passed the National Firearms Act of 1934, the first federal law regulating firearms in the United States. And as part of this law, Congress expressly regulated certain firearms and accessories because they were particularly dangerous. Americans were free to purchase them, but they had to undergo a background check, submit their photograph and fingerprints, and pay a $200 transfer fee. Today, we live in an age of 3D printers, automatic milling machines, plastics, and carbon fiber. Part of the National Firearms Act covers machine guns, guns that fire repeatedly with one pull of a trigger. We actually banned the civilian manufacture and sale of new machine guns in the 1980s, so there's only a finite amount of legal ones in the U.S. So, Director, my first question is, can you tell me what a Glock switch is?
Yes, a Glock switch Congressman, is a device that can be attached. It's usually a small piece of plastic or metal that can be attached to a pistol that changes it from a lawful semi-automatic weapon into a new and unlawful machine gun.
Into a fully automatic. So this is a device that can be attached to a legally purchased pistol, transforming the character of the gun, turning it into an illegal machine gun. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And you can get these for other types of guns too. For example, the AR-15.
There are machine gun conversion devices that go with a variety of different.
Okay, I'm trying to get through these quickly, so that's a yes. And the ATF regulates Glock switches in the same way as it regulates machine guns themselves. Isn't that correct?
Those devices are unlawful under the National Firearms Act.
So the answer is yes.
Yes, so they're
okay, and that's because within a few minutes' time, these devices, just a few ounces of metal or plastic, when added to a legally purchased gun, turn it into an illegal machine gun, correct?
That's correct.
And Director, the NFA also covers short barrel rifles, does it not?
Yes.
And the reason is pretty clear. Short barrel rifles can have the concealability and maneuverability of a pistol, but with the firepower and accuracy of a rifle. And with shoulder stock devices out there that now fold all the way down or telescope out, you can easily fit one inside a backpack or a briefcase, and no one would be the wiser. So, Director, the ATF issued a rule on so-called stabilizing braces recently because it was clear that many of the items being manufactured and sold as stabilizing braces were really just being used to try to get around the National Firearms Act. Isn't that correct?
Whether a short-barreled rifle is sold in one piece or two pieces and you put them together, the rule was intended to cover what Congress defined as a short-barreled rifle.
So people are taking legally purchased pistols, adding these devices marketed as stabilizing braces, but which are actually shoulder stocks, and changing the character of the gun, transforming it into an unregistered short-barreled rifle. Is that correct?
If it meets the definition under the rule, then that would be correct.
So the ATF, in recognizing new technologies that are attempting and succeeding in working around the National Firearms Act, just like Glock switches, is appropriately regulating these things for what they are. My colleagues argued the other day that just a few ounces of plastic and metal can't transform a legal gun into an illegal one, but it sounds very much like you would disagree. Is that correct?
They're not illegal. Congress has determined that there are additional safeties and regulations that apply to certain kinds of particularly dangerous weapons.
Thank you.
And you can keep them. You just have to follow the rules that Congress has set up to follow those controls.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent that the drawing of the actual stabilizing braces, which was not what Mr. Massey held up, that was not, in fact, a regulated stabilizer. I'd ask this document, which is the actual diagram of an actual stabilizing brace that was prohibited by ATF, so the record is not only complete, but accurate, be submitted into the record.
So ordered. Just glad.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take very much time. I just, you know, as I said during my opening, I think this is an awful bill. That is just page after page of empty talking points with no real solutions. You know, instead of actually solving problems, this bill actually creates problems. I think it eviscerates our asylum process. And with respect to Chairman McCall, the asylum part of this bill comes out of the Judiciary Committee. And I don't know whether Mr. Castro wants to address that. I want the record to be clear what we're talking about here, what's in this bill.
Sure. Thank you, Ranking Member. And look, I know how much hard work Chairman McCall has done, for example, on getting Afghans, families that had relatives over there and helping evacuate them and being serious about policy and so forth. But this bill was in several titles and was the work of 3 committees. So when I was referring to the bill, I was referring specifically to the fact that Title II limits asylum and Title VII limits parole, both outside of what we did in foreign affairs. So that is something that has to be resolved, I think, with this piece of legislation, because perhaps there is some internal conflict among those titles.
Thank you. And as I said before, this bill won't stop drugs from getting into America because drugs like fentanyl are coming through legal points of entry, not via migrants seeking asylum. And again, I can't resist from pointing out that in the debt ceiling bill that my friends all voted for a couple of weeks ago, it would cut the CBP's budget by $4 billion. Weakening the ability to prevent drugs from crossing the border by laying off 2,400 officers. If this plan were enacted, there were estimates that more than 350,000 grams of fentanyl could be let into this country. That's over 200 million more fatal doses of fentanyl hitting our streets, thanks to these cuts that my friends voted for, if in fact they move forward. Half or more of the undocumented people are overstaying their visas, not crossing at the southern border. And this bill is quite simply a way, I think, for some to try to score political points, which I hear over and over and over again in some of the by demonizing immigrants. And I want to emphasize the point that Mr. Castro made, that language has consequences. And we see the impacts of that language and those consequences every day. And it's quite frankly tragic, and it has to stop. But let me just get into just a couple of things that, during the markup of the bill, Democrats introduced an amendment allowing for Ukrainians to continue to be paroled into the United States until it is safe for them to go back. That's all it said. So if you're from Ukraine and your home has been destroyed thanks to Putin's war of aggression, you can stay until it's safe for you to go back. The Biden administration started a U4U program that helps save Ukrainian lives. And it seems to me my Republican friends want to undo this program. So we gave Republicans an opportunity to correct the mistake, to allow the administration to continue using parole for Ukrainians who are fleeing Putin's war crimes, and Republicans voted no. They voted to send them back into harm's way. And by the way, Ukrainians don't qualify for asylum because the restrictions are so narrow. So, Mr. Jordan, let me direct your attention to Section 701 of the bill, page 142, which reads in part, "The Secretary of Homeland Security may grant parole to any alien who is a national of the Republic of Cuba and is living in the Republic of Cuba." So, for some strange reason, you don't want to use parole for Ukrainians, but you do want to use them for Cubans, who are, according to this, are exempt from all restrictions that apply to every other nationality in the rest of the title. So it just seems kind of strange to me. Can you explain why?
We just kept the Cuban family reunification parole program in place. It's been a long-standing program, so we kept that in place. Anyone else from around the world, it's a the law is the law. It's a case-by-case basis, and the administration can use that on a case-by-case basis. That's what we have in the legislation.
So Afghanistan under the Taliban seems to be a worse life for people in Afghanistan than in Cuba. Why aren't they carved out for humanitarian parole?
Again,
or for that matter, why isn't the Afghan Adjustment Act included in this bill?
Again, we stuck with what the law is. The Cuban plan has been in place for a long time. We kept that in place. Others, the law says case-by-case basis. We went back to that.
Well, I mean, you're writing a law here. Why not add Venezuelans or Nicaraguans?
We had a long debate about that.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll debate it more. But you're telling me what's in the bill. I'm just telling you why.
Yeah,
we did.
sure. No, it just seems that this is an example kind of selective compassion that, makes one wonder why.
I would argue it's adherence to the rule of law.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Well,
The Biden administration not following it.
we're treating one group of nationals very differently from others, from countries that, quite frankly, are experiencing far worse human rights abuses. Mr. Neff.
Is there further discussion on the resolution?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dean is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
General Lady is recognized.
Thank you so much. In a week marred by yet another tragic shooting or two or three, really a slaughter of our fellow citizens, my Republican colleagues are taking time to gesture instead of to act. The purpose of this markup is to show law enforcement, to acknowledge and give aid to those who we have entrusted with keeping our communities safe. My Republican colleagues haven't put forward anything to help police who are thrust into situations, perilous situations, facing down mass shooters with assault weapons, drug traffickers with weapons modified by stabilizing braces or bump stocks, or organized criminals with untraceable ghost guns. Let's do something about those things. No, instead, they want you to think they care this National Police Week. They've done barely anything to fund and equip our nation's law enforcement services. If the folks on the other side of the aisle actually supported law enforcement, they would pass and lead the House Democrats, who last year voted to pass. How about the Invest to Protect Act? Would have authorized $300 million in grants for law enforcement agencies with fewer than 125 officers. 55 Republicans voted against it. The Victim Act, which would have provided up to $100 million per year in grants to law enforcement agencies to help solve violent crimes. 178 Republicans voted against it. Or how about, remember when we passed the American Rescue Plan that delivers $350 billion across this nation to state, local, municipalities, and tribal areas. 219 Democrats voted for it. 210 Republicans voted against. How about the Capitol Police supplemental bill, funding the Capitol Police following the attack on January the 6th? Wouldn't that just speak for itself? 213 Democrats voted for it. 209 Republicans voted against supplemental funding to the Capitol Police. How about the assault weapons ban, which would take the weapons most used to target law enforcement and these mass murders that we are seeing, grotesquely blowing away our children? If you read the description of the most recent shooting, a person went over to help a little child who has been bent over almost prayer-like. When they lifted her up, she had no face as a result of an assault weapon. Do we want to do anything about that, or we just want to pass feel-good resolutions claiming we support the police? Instead, oh, by the way, the assault weapons ban, 208 Republicans voted against it. I guess they want to defend people blowing away our children, blowing off the face of a little girl. House Republicans have set their sights on defunding and abolishing federal law enforcement agencies. This is the hypocrisy. It's an oxymoron what we're participating here. Remember, Chairman Jordan has said he wants to use the power of the majority to cut funding for the DOJ and the FBI. Matt Gaetz, Mr. Gaetz, the gentleman from Florida, wants to abolish the ATF. You all heard that right in this very room. That's the agency that every police department in this country counts on and uses to track weapons used at crime scene. Abolish it, say some members of this committee. This is simply not the work of sincere folks, not of serious legislators. That's not showing care for our law enforcement communities, and it definitely isn't support for our law enforcement departments. And so, Mr. Chairman, with the remaining time I have, I say, please, I plead with all of you, take these issues seriously. Take the slaughter of the babies in our classrooms, in our shopping malls, in our synagogues, wherever it happens to be. Take this seriously. Act. Don't pass feel-good resolutions that are absolutely hollow, vapid. We need action. My constituents are furious at the refusal of the Republican Party to take serious action on gun violence in this country. We cannot and we should not continue to live and die this way. It'll only be a matter of minutes before we hear of the next grotesquely gruesome slaughter of our citizens. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Tiffany. Oh, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the chair. I would just do a quick response, and then I'll be happy to yield to Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Chairman. An FBI that has a field office, the Richmond field office, which puts out a memo, and the memo says if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist, you're a radical, and we're going to look to put sources inside the parish, inside the church to spy on you. I do think we should evaluate how the American tax dollar going to that organization is being spent. That to me seems common sense. And we know that happened because a brave whistleblower came to this committee and said this was going on in Richmond. Now, to the FBI's credit, they rescinded that memorandum, what they call a domain perspective. But would they have done that but for that brave whistleblower coming forward and telling us that? When you got that kind of activity going on and a host of other things that this committee has uncovered, I do think you have to look at the appropriations process and make a decision there. Maybe some of the tax money going to this organization should be spent a little differently. That's what this committee has said. A number of us have said. We're not for taking it away from the rank and file, the good agents out there in the field doing good work, but we are for looking at things like that and saying maybe you shouldn't be getting all the money you're getting.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. Not till I finish.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will not. Not until I finish here. That's what we're concerned about. But you read that memo. You read that memo, and they were looking to put sources, develop informants inside the church if you're a pro-life, pro-family Catholic.
Will you yield
Think
now?
about that. That is frightening. And remember, this was signed off on by 5 people in the Richmond field office, including the chief divisional counsel. In other words, a lawyer signed off on it, a lawyer who supposedly went to law school and had a course on the Constitution and the First Amendment. And they signed off on it. And the Democrats say, keep giving the FBI money. We don't care that kind of activity. They rescinded that thing as quick as they could, but that was going on within the FBI. So heck yes, this committee should look at that. We have primary jurisdiction over the Justice Department. And we are doing that. We are doing that. But that is as wrong as it gets, as blatant a violation of First Amendment liberties. The first right in the First Amendment is your right to practice your faith. And the FBI was looking at putting sources in the church to snitch and spy on parishioners?
Mr. Chairman,
You've got to
will
be
you yield?
kidding me. Be happy to yield.
Thank you very much. So it seems to me that it is very clear you support defunding the FBI.
I didn't say that. I said we got to look at one of the things we do in this business in this Congress is you look at how you appropriate funds, and we will have recommendations going to the Appropriations Committee about how they should use the people I represent in the 4th District of Ohio, the numerous Catholics I represent in the 4th District of Ohio. They have a say in how their money is spent. We are certainly going to look at that. If you don't want to, if you just want to keep sending money to the FBI that's spying on people in church, go right ahead and take that position. The Republicans on this committee will not, and we're going to look at it. You may not want to, but we do. We do. And I guarantee, I bet you have Catholics in your district who want you to look at it. I know I do, and that's what we plan on doing. With that, I yield back to the chairman. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to H. Con. Res. 40, offered by Mr. Schiff of
Gentleman from Arizona reserves a point of order. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment is very simple. It inserts language expressing opposition to the Abolish the ATF Act of 2023, which would eliminate the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives. Immediately after that bill's enactment, it expresses opposition to that bill as a dangerous effort to defund the police and harm local law enforcement. And just in case members are unfamiliar with what we would be abolishing under that legislation, the ATF's responsibilities include investigation and prevention of federal offenses involving the unlawful use, manufacture, and possession of firearms and explosives. I was led to believe for many years that the Republican mantra was, we don't need any new gun laws, we should enforce the ones that we have. But apparently, today, they don't even want those laws enforced. More than that, the ATF also combats illegal trafficking of alcohol and tobacco. I guess my GOP friends don't think we should be doing that either. The ATF also operates a fire research laboratory where they examine ways of detecting criminal arson. I guess we want to abolish their ability to do that. ATF uses its legislative mandate to investigate and recommend prosecution of offenders to reduce the level of violent crime and hence public safety. I guess we want to abolish those efforts. ATF strives to increase state and local awareness of available federal prosecution under the statutes and works to curb the illegal use of firearms, enforce firearm laws. ATF issues firearms licenses. I guess we don't want to issue any firearms licenses anymore either. They also work on combating the import, manufacture, and dealing in explosive materials. So I guess we're going to abolish those efforts. As well as the special response teams, which are elite tactical groups that respond to high-risk law enforcement operations. So we don't want them to be able to do that in conjunction with local law enforcement. So that's what that bill would do, Mr. Gates' bill. It is, one of the clearest efforts to defund law enforcement. And given that this underlying bill is about expressing our opposition to efforts to defund law enforcement, I presume I'll have the support of my colleagues to express opposition to that effort. And I'm happy to yield to my Republican colleagues if they want to express support for Mr. Gates' efforts to defund the ATF. Would any of my Republican colleagues like to express their support for Mr. Gates' efforts to defund the ATF?
I think we're going to get to that.
I
think we're going to get to that,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jordan, would you like me to yield to you, express your support for Mr. Gates' legislation to defund the ATF?
I'm going to yield to Mr. Gates.
No, I'm yielding to you, Mr. Jordan.
Well, I'm going to listen to Mr. Gates' compelling arguments that I know will be coming, and then we will have a debate.
Reclaiming my time, I'd be happy to yield to you for the purpose of yes.
I appreciate your willingness.
Mr. Jordan, if you let me finish.
I will.
It is my time. I'm happy to yield to you for the purpose of saying yes or no whether you support Mr. Gates' efforts to defund the ATF. Do you, Mr. Jordan?
I support Mr. Gates' effort to send a message to the ATF, which is what he said
so
just
you
a few minutes ago in the debate.
You support the legislation to defund the ATF?
I didn't say that. I said I support his efforts to send a message to the
ATF.
ATF.
The bill that Mr. Gates has introduced
changed the rule after 10 years of telling American citizens
that it would abolish, it would eliminate the Bureau immediately after enactment. Do you support that, Mr. Jordan? Yes or no?
I've given my answer.
Do you support it?
I've given my answer.
Yes or no, Mr. Jordan?
I've given my answer, Mr. Schiff.
Okay, I guess your answer is you don't support it, or you're afraid to say that you do. But I'm happy to yield to Mr. Johnson, or Mr. Biggs, or Mr. McClintock, Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Massey, anyone. Anyone else like to join Mr. Gates? And anyone like to express their support for Mr. Gates' effort to abolish an entire federal law enforcement agency? Anyone over there? Mr. Issa, do you support abolishing the ATF?
Thank you for yielding.
It's a yes or no, Mr.
You and I have
Mr.
served here for almost 22 plus years.
Reclaiming my time, I'm not getting a yes or no from anyone.
I was getting to that.
Well, yes or no?
I'm sorry,
yes
but
or no, Mr. Issa?
What I was saying is
yes or no?
It took 22 years to see you conducting a deposition of your colleagues, and I appreciate
reclaiming
it, Mr.
my
U.S.
time.
Attorney.
Reclaiming my time. Apparently, Mr. Gates is the only one willing to publicly say he supports defunding the ATF. Maybe that's progress, and I hope that will mean that
I think there's going to be a vote. I think there's going to be a vote. You're going to know here in a couple
I hope
minutes.
that my colleagues will accept the amendment.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arizona.
Excuse me, I'm reclaiming my time, Mr.
You don't have any time to reclaim.
Well, I would if you hadn't been speaking over it.
No, you ask us all the questions.
Well, and what's the answer,
the
Mr.
gentleman
Jordan?
From Arizona
what's the answer? Do you support abolishing the ATF, Mr. Jordan?
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate this interest in the legislation. I've offered, and many of the features of government that are important that Mr. Schiff points out occur in other areas. They don't occur only in the ATF. Now, the ATF is an agency that has totally exceeded any sense of authorization. And by the way, it's not even an authorized entity of government. It just continues to get funded. And what have they done with that funding? Not according to me, but according to the Department of Justice's own Inspector General, they have failed to secure their facilities, and then they have violated people's civil liberties and rights by maintaining electronic records that they have no legal authority to maintain. Did they do that to just a few of them?
Will the gentleman
no,
yield?
Hundreds of thousands of times they broke the law.
Ms. Gates,
and the
would you yield?
reason that that's problematic
Time
in a
belongs to the gentleman from
circumstance
Florida.
in which the ATF continues to grow beyond their limits is
Mr.
because
Gates, would
they
you
are
yield?
now imposing on, I'm defending my bill, Mr. Schiff, they are now imposing on regular Americans a sense of zero tolerance that isn't for public safety. They're putting people out of business, like those who are contacting each of our offices who have some Scrivener's error or technical violation that oftentimes isn't even the fault of the individual that the ATF is bringing hellfire down on from a regulatory sense. So yes, I do believe that the current structure of the ATF is absolutely not worth vindicating or funding or continuing in its operational setting.
In that case, would you yield, Mr. Gates?
I'll yield, Mr. Schiff.
Ms. Gates, can you identify any of your Republican colleagues on this committee who are supporting your bill?
Well, I can identify one, and then I'll get back to my remark. Mr. Biggs is a co-sponsor. I don't know if anybody else is. I'd invite your co-sponsorships.
Okay, so
frankly. There are people here supporting. Look, we're going to see in the vote.
Two Republican members who favor abolishing the entire police agency.
I tell you what, you can get on the legislative format. I control the time. And you can get on and see that there's a handful of members who've co-sponsored the legislation. I would encourage everyone to do so because the ATF has been weaponized. And again, I repeat, this is not a partisan conclusion. The Department of Justice Inspector General was appointed by President Obama. He's an Obama appointee. And not only do they point out the high frequency at which the ATF violates the law, then they point out the recalcitrance of that agency to even follow the recommendations that have been set forth by the Inspector General. So sometimes when you get an agency that goes rogue, as the ATF has, it is the right time to start with a fresh sheet of paper. And that is not to say that every function of the ATF is a bad function of government. It is saying that this particular agency cannot meet those functions, and that's a position that's held not just by me, not just by my co-sponsors, some of whom, at least one of whom, is on this committee. It's something that, at least in the factual articulations of the deficiencies of the agency, is articulated by Inspectors General. There's also a GAO report. There's also a GAO report that goes over records maintenance that excoriates the ATF, and that is also not a partisan entity. That is a nonpartisan entity that has a watchdog.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll yield.
If you acknowledge that there are multiple functions that the ATF currently performs that should not be abolished, wouldn't it have made sense to say in your bill, other than we're abolishing the ATF immediately, to provide some sort of transition for those functions to other agencies, to transition for the funding,
I would say
pending cases
I would say that
are in court?
Is certainly something I'd be willing to work with you on. I'm open-minded as
I don't want
to
to get
transfer
rid of the
those
ATF,
functions.
so I'm not working
Well, that's
with
the
you on
problem,
that.
right? You don't want to get rid. Democrats, I'm sorry, I'll address the chair as we're entitled to do. My objective here with House Democrats is to try to build a system that adheres to the values that many House Democrats used to espouse regarding protecting individuals from too much government surveillance and too much government overreach. And the ATF has done that. That has been the conclusion of multiple entities that have observed their conduct. They haven't fixed the things that they were told wrong. And so, yes, I would start with a blank sheet of paper, and I don't think support for my measure in any way binds someone to the theory that these functions of government are not appropriate. But I do not trust the ATF to do those things. I really don't. I think that they're too busy going after law-abiding gun owners, and because I don't trust them to do the important things.
So you literally want to abolish, now earlier you said it was a shot across the bow. You literally want to abolish the agency in toto, immediately.
I would get rid of the funding we currently have through ATF for those functions, and I would reorient it where it does not go through ATF. And I would start that work tomorrow.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? Question occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from California. All those in favor say yes.
Aye.
Or aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request record a vote.
Record a vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? No. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? No. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? No. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? No. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore?
No.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes yes. Mr. Schiff?
Aye.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
Yes.
Ms. McBath votes yes. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Yes. Ms. Escobar votes yes. Ms. Ross? Aye. Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no.
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Gentlelady from Texas.
Ms. Jackson Lee, you're not recorded.
I'll vote aye,
Ms.
enthusiastically.
Jackson Lee votes aye.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean, you're not recorded. Ms. Dean votes yes.
We good? Excuse me. Clerk will report. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right.
Ms. Jayapal votes yes.
I know, I guess I'm checking. We okay? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 12 ayes and 14 noes.
The amendment is not agreed. Amendment's not.
I yield to the chair. Excuse me,
I
Mr.
think-
Chair, I think you were going to indulge the Congresswoman from Florida and her point of inquiry.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that...
What are you making a point of order?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
A point of inquiry.
Okay.
It's my understanding that the minority in this committee under the rules is entitled to the same testimony, information, documents that the majority is entitled to. So, I mean, I'm not aware that you're able to withhold information from the minority that we would need to use to prepare for a...
When it comes to whistleblowers, you're not. And I would just remind the
These
committee,
aren't
remind everyone, look, when it comes to whistleblowers, you are not.
That's not right.
It's shocking that the
That
gentleman...
is not right.
It's shocking
And in
that
fact,
the gentleman...
you talk so much about the
Mr. Chairman,
whistleblower and the impeachment.
It's shocking that the
We
gentleman
gave
from New
you all
York
of
would
the
say
information
that
we had.
when you were part of
Yes,
an
we gave you
investigation
all
with an
of the
anonymous
information you
whistleblower.
had.
We
Mr.
have.
Chairman, these individuals
Mr. Chairman, I
haven't been declared
can't hear
whistleblowers.
5 people at once. Could we
know.
have regular
Okay,
order?
Mr. Chairman,
The chair recognizes it's,
I'm inquiring, and I was not
and I've
finished
told you
inquiring.
that when it comes to whistleblowers, you are not entitled to it. That's
These
at the discretion of Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chairman, these
And he
individuals
said
have been determined
he has
not to be
agreed to that.
whistleblowers. These are not whistleblowers. They've been determined by the agency not to be whistleblowers. Are you deciding that they're whistleblowers?
Yes, the law decides. Did you not listen to Mr. Levitt's testimony? Did you not read the law? The
His
law
attorney
decides
is
that they are
asserting-
whistleblowers.
his attorney
the
is
chair
asserting that
recognizes
they are
the gentlelady
whistleblowers.
from
The
New
law
York.
has not
The
determined
gentlelady
that they
from New
are
York has been
whistleblowers.
recognized.
The law has not determined they are whistleblowers. His attorney is just asserting that.
Gentlelady from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have lost my voice. I'm yielding to Mr. Gates.
I thank the gentlelady not only for...
From California, or Texas, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Gentleman recognize Mr. Allen.
Yes, sir. I just want to make clear that what I wanted to avoid was the minority staff leaking portions of my transcript to the press without me having the opportunity to respond. Now that I'm here, I can respond and be judged in the court of public opinion. I have no objection to both sides having access to read the transcript, and I look forward to reviewing it myself.
Well, it's not of much help when you give it to us during the hearing. But I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman, if I may be recognized.
Gentleman's recognized for a point of order.
I point the chairman to Rule 10, Clause 9G, which in conjunction to Rule 11, Clause 2E, which I've read earlier, states that each staff member appointed pursuant to a request by minority party members shall be accorded equitable treatment with respect to the accessibility of committee records. Now, the chairman is correct in pointing out that there are restrictions on whistleblower disclosures. However, those restrictions pertain to the House as a whole. They do not mention any distinction between the majority and the minority. Instead, what we have are two clear rules that require the majority to provide information to the minority that is committee property, which would be any meetings between the committee members or staff with any potential witnesses. So I would move for the chairman to agree to order that all materials, notes, and otherwise related to these witnesses before us be provided to the minority according to the rules of the House.
Overruled. Mr. Allen, we thank you for your willingness to
I
make
move
that.
for a recorded, I'd appeal the ruling of the chair.
I move to table.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman's asked, committee will suspend while we have the clerks. I think we have to have the clerks at the table to tally the vote.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid you're excused for a little while.
1 second, if we could just step back, we'll have the clerk, be real quick. The clerks will, we could probably let you just stay right there, the clerks, I need to lend one a microphone, and clerks will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa?
Yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Massey?
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes yes. Ms. Stefanik? Mr. Gates?
Yes.
Mr. Gates votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Kamak? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Poskett?
No.
Ms. Poskett votes no. Mr. Lynch? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mr. Connolly? Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Allred?
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Goldman?
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 5 noes.
Motion to table is approved. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from...
Chris over here, who are trying to disparage you. It's disgusting. I thank you for your patriotic responsibility. Look, the free speech of parents is chilled. The speech and the duty of whistleblowers is chilled. We got a problem, folks, and we're trying to fix it. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The committee
Mr.
committee will be in
Chairman, I
order.
have a
Members of the audience
parliamentary inquiry.
should refrain from any type of applause or anything. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia for a unanimous consent.
I thank the chair. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the interview of George Hill dated February 7th with the Judiciary Committee, in which he explicitly identifies Empower Oversight Mr. Jason Foster as his counsel, for the record. I thank the chair.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes Mr. Garamendi for his 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
We can do this all day. Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
Okay, let's do it all day. Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
And you're not recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there's a member in the side of the dais who has not been waived in on committee. Would like to know, is he asking to be waived in, or is he going to send the audience, or has he joined somebody's staff since he's against the wall?
Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, can I have an answer to my question, please?
He's a colleague. He's not been waived in. Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
Well, we'd be happy to waive him in if he wants to sit in, but he's up in the days area, but he's not in the audience.
If we waive him in,
Actually he's actually sitting where most times staff stands.
As is customary in the Congress.
Yeah.
Anything to obscure the facts, anything to stall the committee hearing. It's unbelievable.
No, I'm not stalling. I think
Mr.
we need to follow
Mr.
procedures.
Garamendi is recognized for his 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that Mr. Garamendi's time be restored since it was taken by inappropriate behavior.
Gentleman is recognized. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Mr. Chair, just as a point of order, I understand and we have been made aware from what you stated in your opening statement, as well as in a press conference earlier, that Mr. Allen did meet with you all and might have testimony that was transcribed. And I understand that he stated that he did not feel comfortable meeting with the Democrats. He's comfortable being here today in this open forum. We will be questioning him. Will you give us a copy of that testimony that was transcribed of your discussions with him?
That'll be up to Mr. Allen.
But you are in possession of them, aren't you?
Sure are.
So why would you not give them to us?
Mr. Allen's a whistleblower and he didn't want that to happen.
He didn't want, but he's comfortable here in open discussion with us today?
Sure is. You can ask him questions if you want.
You don't share your information with the minority?
Nope.
The whistle? No,
So you're not sharing information that you've obtained with the minority staff?
Whistleblower saw what you did with Mr. Friend and others, the false information you gave the press, so much so that they had to issue corrections.
The whistleblower doesn't decide that. The committee decides it.
And we've decided.
And you've decided
We've
that you're
decided
not
to
going
have
to share?
Mr. Allen is here. You can ask him questions. And we can talk about the testimony, but right now you're not getting the testimony. Mr. Allen's here to testify.
And you'll give us the testimony when? After he's left, or at no point in time, or when will we have that? That's only for the Republicans. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady did not state a point of order.
The point of order was, will he be
order.
giving us the testimony of the witness that is here before us, and that you have information of
Chairman, I asked
that you
for-
are not sharing with
Mr.
the
Chairman,
Democrats?
I move that
I was indulging the ranking member. The gentleman from California is right. She's not stated a point of order. The 5-minute questioning time
So the point of
belongs to
order is
Ms.
I would like
Sanchez.
the testimony. I move that you give us the testimony of the individual.
Move to
who is
table.
here.
There's a motion been made, it's been moved to table. Chair, we will call.
We don't, Mr. Chairman, we don't have to table.
We asked for a recorded vote.
Recognize for that.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a recorded vote?
No, it's not a proper point of order.
You just did a motion to table.
No.
Your
it's not
side
a
just did a
motion
motion to table.
Not a proper motion.
Not a point of order.
The
Mr.
chair
Chairman,
has recognized the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez,
Chairman,
for
I
her 5
have
minutes of
a
questioning.
point of inquiry. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, it is, yeah, it is
can
Ms.
I ask
Sanchez's time.
the chairman a question?
After Ms. Sanchez, I'll gladly take your question. Ms. Sanchez, and we will restore the 5 minutes for Ms. Sanchez.
I find it incredible that evidence that one side has garnered is not going to be shared with the other side. That is not how committees work. Chairman Jordan,
Back, Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move quickly through a couple different questions. We established earlier credibility matters, certainly for witnesses who appear before us. Mr. Boyle, do you know who Kash Patel is?
I do.
Have you received any money from Kash Patel or his organization?
I have.
When you previously met with the majority members and/or majority staff of this committee, was Kash Patel present for that meeting?
No.
To your knowledge, has Kash Patel ever spoken to the committee members on your behalf?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of? Was anyone present for your previous meetings with committee members and staff on the majority that were not members of this committee or staff of this committee?
My counsel.
Your counsel? Anyone else?
I don't think so. No.
Is Kash Patel helping you finance your counsel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Mr. Friend, what about you? Do you know Kash Patel as well?
Yes.
And did you receive any money from Kash Patel?
Yes, he gave me a donation last November.
A donation?
Yes.
Are you a charitable organization?
I was an unpaid, indefinitely suspended man trying to feed his family, and he reached out to me and said he wanted to give me a donation.
Did he have any, was he present for any of your meetings with committee members or staff?
No.
And how many times did you meet with the committee members or staff prior to your transcribed interview?
I never met with them prior to my transcript.
Did you speak to them on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so you spoke to them on the phone?
Yes, I spoke to them on the phone, corresponded.
Did you provide documents?
Yes, I gave them my written declaration.
Did they ask you whether they could share that with the minority?
I don't know. At the time, I don't believe they were actually in the majority.
Did they ask you whether they could share the documents?
I don't remember if they did or didn't.
I want to focus a little bit on that SWAT case that you mentioned, Mr. Friend, where the SWAT team was used to make an arrest of someone associated with the domestic violent extremist group. That was not your case?
That was a case that was within my office. The Joint Terrorism Task Force sort of ran all the cases together.
Okay. Well, did you work on that case?
My name is on it. I did not perform work for it.
Got it. And what evidence did you have that this defendant had offered to surrender to the FBI?
The evidence I had was in his conversations with the individuals from my office who he spoke to. He said that he would cooperate.
So he said he would cooperate with the FBI, but he never told you that he would surrender to an arrest. Those are two different things, you agree, right?
No, I wouldn't. If somebody told me that if you need anything from me, just let me know, I'll cooperate, I would interpret that to mean I could reach out to them if I had a criminal charge.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. All right, that's certainly not my experience. Mr. Allen, you passed around information to other members of the FBI related to January 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were admonished by your supervisor not to do that, is that right?
I was not, sir.
You were not. So when it says here in the FBI's letter to Mr. Jorman of yesterday that your supervisor admonished you to stop circulating these materials on multiple occasions, you're saying right now that the FBI is lying to this committee?
That statement that they wrote is inaccurate.
Okay. Did you write to your colleagues to, quote, exercise extreme caution and discretion in pursuit of any investigative inquiries or leads pertaining to the events of January 6th?
Yes, I corresponded with my teammates.
Did you write that?
Yes, I wrote those words in the correspondence.
And that was after you had been admonished not to send information about January 6th, right?
I was not admonished to not send information.
But you do agree that your personal opinion should not influence your official duties, don't you?
No, you should be objective and analytical in all the, decisions and information.
No, that was my question. Your personal views should not influence your official duties.
No, you should be objective in doing the conduct of your job.
And now, Mr. Friend and Mr. O'Boyle, I don't have much time, but you agree that you were field agents, correct?
Correct.
And you understand chain of command, do you not, Mr. O'Boyle?
I do.
Right. So that if you make a suggestion to a supervisor and your supervisor overrules you, That's the nature of the business, isn't it?
Not if it's a violation of a law or
And you
rule.
make decisions about whether grand jury subpoenas should be served or not as a field agent of the FBI?
Time the gentleman is
If I have a
expired.
reasonable belief, I can make a protected disclosure, which is what I've done.
Okay, but do you think you make those
Time of the gentleman is
decisions?
expired. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes himself. Mr. O'Boyle, why do you think they came down on you so darn hard? Deep down, what do you think their motivation is?
I think they want to, the agency as a whole wants to get rid of people who simply just don't toe the line that they want. They don't want critical thinkers. They don't want people who raise valid questions to their chain of command.
They want to send a message, don't they?
Absolutely.
They want to make you an example, don't they?
Yes.
And they don't care. They want to send that message so hard, so strong, they don't care that you served 6 years in the Army, member of the 101st Airborne, took enemy fire, was selected for a special new unit they were putting in Quantico. They wanted to send such a message that they said, if we can get this guy, we can get this guy to be quiet, we can get everybody to be quiet. That's what they were doing, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, especially since I just had a baby who was 2 weeks old, and we had just sold our house.
Just to put the emphasis on it, they said, we're going to do it the day he arrives. The day we've worked with him, we selected him, he's done a great job in the FBI, he served our country, took an oath to the Constitution, took an oath to defend this country. He's going to move, we're going to send all his stuff in this van to this moving. We're going to do that. When the day he arrives, we're going to suspend him. We're not going to let his family get their belongings. We're not going to let him get his clothes for his kids, his winter coats for his children. We're going to send a message. And they did. They suspended you. They took your pay. They don't let you get health insurance. They made life miserable for you to send a message. Because you know what? You reported on the first big screw up they had in this administration. The first big one. You reported to us as a whistleblower about the school board's issue. The Biden administration, they thought this was going to be a win for them politically. They thought it was going to make Terry McAuliffe governor of Virginia. Backfired on him. And you reported. Would it surprise you, Mr. O'Boyle, to know that the FBI told us they looked at 25 parents who were reported on this snitch line that was set up with this memorandum from the Attorney General? They looked at 25 parents. How many do you think of them were actually ever investigated and prosecuted? How many think were prosecuted, Mr. O'Boyle?
If I had to guess, I'd say 0.
0. 0. And you came to us because you say this is wrong. This is wrong to set up some federal snitch line, some neighbor calling in because they don't like their neighbor's politics, reporting to the FBI, go investigate these parents. They said, we got to get this guy. We got to get Garrett O'Boyle because you had the courage to step forward. And it's not just with this issue, because we have the memorandum from the Richmond field office about Catholics, right? If you're pro-life, pro-family, and you're Catholic, look out. The FBI wanted to put people inside the church, inside the parish, to spy on fellow citizens. Does that surprise you, Mr. O'Boyle, that actually happened in the Richmond field office?
It doesn't, not anymore.
Scary. And you know that memorandum, by the way? It was signed off by 5 people in that office. One of them was the chief division counsel, a lawyer who supposedly went to law school and probably had a course on the Constitution, signed off on that memorandum. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. Mr. Allen, you served 20 years. You had a security clearance for 20 years. You served our country as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Honorably discharged.
Yes, sir.
Won medals from the Marine Corps.
Yes, sir.
They came after you too, didn't they? And you simply did. Mr. Goldman just asked you a few questions. You were simply doing your job. Your job as an analyst is to compile information, open source information, present that to your colleagues so they're fully informed about the case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you did that job, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You followed your oath, right?
Yes, sir.
You adhered to the rule of law.
Correct, sir.
You were consistent with the Constitution, just like the oath you took when you signed both as serve our country in the military and at the FBI.
Yes, sir.
And you did the same thing, didn't you, Mr. Friend?
Yes, sir.
And yet you felt the full weight of the federal government come down on you guys. And of course, they timed it perfectly. They sent a letter to us yesterday. We knew they would. We knew it was going to happen that way. And as Mr. Boyle said earlier, he's getting his hearing tomorrow, right, Mr. Boyle?
That's when they tried to schedule it. We've not heard back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your service to the country. Mr. Bishop was right. The poise, the way you've handled yourself, the gentleman way you've handled yourself here, the way you've served our country, it does not go unnoticed. The American people appreciate what you've done for our country and what you are doing for our country. God bless you. I yield back. Now recognize the ranking member of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At least you got a
It is
$3
expired.
million.
Chair now
Because he
recognizes.
wanted to make
Mr.
sure some information
Chair now
didn't get out.
recognizes the gentleman
That's what
from California.
whistleblowers do.
The gentlelady, this is my time. I've been recognized. Thank you. Mr. O'Boyle, is it true that you have 157 pages of questions that were asked you on a bipartisan basis that are in the record?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
Mr. Friend, isn't it true that for those several hours you accumulated 198 pages of Q&A, half of the time being yielded to the Democrats for your interview?
Yes.
I yield time to the chairman.
Someone needs to tell the Democrats, I think, gentleman, for you, someone needs to tell the Democrats you came and talked to this committee because you're a whistleblower. Isn't that right, Mr. Levitt?
Yes, sir.
That's exactly how it works.
May I take a moment to address this idea that these aren't whistleblowers?
Sure.
The law,
You need to educate the members on the other side of the dais
I
here.
don't need educating.
the way that the law,
Mr. Chairman.
This is my time.
I do not
Let's
need
stop
to
the clock.
be demeaned. I am a lawyer, just like this gentleman is. I, too, have read the law. We just have a big
Now your
difference
time.
of
The time
opinion in
belongs.
exactly
the time belongs
what
to
he
me.
says and
Mr.
what I
Levitt
say.
is Mr. Levitt has been asked
You
a
need
question.
to stop demeaning
so
your
the
colleagues as
whistleblower
well.
statutes protect protected activity, right? One doesn't have to be retaliated against in order to be a whistleblower, right? We all agree that's not the way that it should happen. And what's being discussed today is that you're not a whistleblower unless you both share this, engage in protected activity, and then are retaliated against, and then go through this process. The Department of Justice Inspector General is currently investigating the claims of Mr. Friend and Mr. Allen. That's exactly what, I don't know what perfect whistleblower there would be, but if they did that, these are the steps they would take, and so by this definition, they're not considered a whistleblower for
Mr.
years
Boyle,
after.
you went up your chain of command with your concerns. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I initially started with them, and those initial complaints fell on deaf ears.
Then you came to the House Judiciary Committee with those concerns. Is that right?
After going to my local congressman, then I came to the judiciary.
Exactly like the law prescribes for you to do when you see something that is wrong. You did that. So did Mr. Friend. So did Mr. Allen. I yield back to the gentleman from California.
Mr. Levitt, briefly, am I correct that starting with a resolution in 1778, whistleblowers have been recognized by our government, by our Congress, and that's been amended again in 78, and 84, and 94, and the most recent one in 2012 passed unanimously in this House. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We recognize whistleblowers for their patriotic duty.
You know what's amazing is when I authored the 2012, along with Mr. Jordan and others, there wasn't any question but that we wanted to better protect whistleblowers' ability to come to us with what they believed was accurate information. Isn't the belief of accurate information the basis?
Yes, reasonable belief.
So is there any question but that people can have a reasonable belief, for example, that going after everyone who came in on January 6th on a bus and getting their financial records from Bank of America would be inappropriate, and getting their gun purchases for their entire lives would be inappropriate? Isn't there a reasonable belief that that might not be appropriate to do and necessary?
Yes, we believe disclosing that was protected.
So people have made appropriate statements, including about January 6th and some excesses that occurred afterwards in the investigation that violated people's constitutional right to privacy, correct?
Yes.
So here we have people who are talking about MAGA and 2020, January 6th, but in fact, they're missing the point. Each of these whistleblowers came forward with what is clearly protected disclosure, and they've had it systematically released, and they've been systematically treated in a way after they came forward that looks like, smells like, and including so-called mistakes, represents retaliation. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's why the Inspector General opened investigations into these disclosures.
So as we sit here today, we've missed one important point, haven't we? That each of these individuals came to the committee with valid claims that at least need to be investigated of wrongdoing by our premier law enforcement organization.
Yes, and Congress protects those disclosures.
And as we sit here today, each of these individuals has been stripped of his clearance, stripped of his ability to work, and stripped of his pay. In your background and history, have you ever seen as straightforward a retaliation as current employees being denied their ability to work, their pay, and their benefits after they've made these kinds of claims?
No, and this is why there's a problem, because it's their clearance that was used as the means of retaliation.
Well, but also in the case of Mr. Allen, he just, you know, and Mr. O'Boyle, they're just also not getting any work. I mean,
That's the point, yeah. Once they suspend your clearance, they also simultaneously put you on suspension. But that's not something that's appealable to the MSPB like a normal firing or demotion is.
if they were most other workers in government, they'd still have their jobs and be paid even if they weren't working, correct? This is uniquely a form of retribution they're able to do to law enforcement.
If you're suspended, yeah, it gets nuanced, but certainly with the clearance, that's a surefire way they can just get them out of the way when they want.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
Thank you.
Sincere point of inquiry. Rule 11, Clause 2.
Gentleman is not recognized.
I have a question about the rules.
Mr. Lynch for 5 minutes.
The point of order, a question about the rules.
Point of order. State your point of order.
The point of order is why does Rule 11, Clause 2, subsection E1A not apply to this subcommittee? I can read for you. Each committee shall keep a complete record of all committee action, which shall include, in the case of a meeting or hearing transcript, a substantially verbatim account of remarks actually made during the proceedings, subject only to some technical things. Such records shall be the property of the House, and each member, delegate, and the resident commissioner shall have access thereto. Why does that not apply? Where is the whistleblower exception in the rules of Congress that says that does not apply?
It's the prerogative of the committee to decide.
No, it's not. It's the rules of the House.
We have the whistleblower testimony. The whistleblower does not wish that to be made available to the Democrats at this time.
The whistleblower doesn't make committee rules, sir.
Mr. Lynch is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Chairman, is the ruling of the chair always unquestioned, or do we have a vote on how some of these issues are decided?
If you state a proper point of order and there's some kind
I just did state a point of order.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes of question.
I reserve. I'm sorry. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution is nothing more than empty rhetoric designed to score political points. It does nothing to help our law enforcement officers to do their jobs. It does nothing to solve crimes or promote justice. It does nothing to take deadly weapons like those used to target law enforcement off our streets. And it does nothing to make our communities safer. It is also wildly misleading, full of incendiary rhetoric that does not match reality. And very conspicuously, it even fails to recognize the service and contributions of federal, state, or tribal law enforcement officers. It's worth remembering that when the Republicans passed their rules package at the beginning of the Congress, it included several supposedly ready-to-go-on-day-one bills. An earlier version of this resolution was included in that list, but it never made it to the floor, and now we know why. The problem is that the original version praised all law enforcement, not just local law enforcement, as this resolution does. Why was that a problem? Because, as we have learned in recent months, House Republicans now support defunding the police at the federal level. Don't take my word for it. Chairman Jordan told Fox News that he wants to, quote, look at the appropriations process and limit funds going to some of these agencies, close quote. He later made clear that he was referring to the FBI and the Department of Justice. Mr. Biggs has called directly for defunding those agencies, and Mr. Gates has introduced a bill that would eliminate the ATF altogether. Limiting the resolution to local law enforcement also helps Republicans paper over an embarrassing split in their caucus over whether even to recognize the contributions of our brave Capitol police officers who protected us on January 6th. I would remind members that 41 Republicans voted against awarding Congressional Gold Medals to the Capitol police officers and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department in recognition of their service on January 6th. That must be why the resolution states that violent leftist extremists have attacked law enforcement, but it makes no mention of the violent mob of far-right extremists and white supremacists that stormed the Capitol that day, injuring 140 police officers, with 5 officers losing their lives in the days after. H. Conres 40 is a hopelessly misleading resolution that omits crucial context and ignores crime trends in the country, including the disturbing rise in gun violence and the higher per capita murder rate in states won by Donald Trump. But while Republicans want to talk tough with non-binding resolutions about funding the police, local police that is, it was Democrats who passed bill after bill last Congress to actually fund and support the police. So where were Republicans when Democrats went about the serious work of legislating? When given the opportunity to put action behind their cheap rhetoric, time and again, Republicans voted no. For example, last Congress, Democrats advanced the Invest to Protect Act, which would have authorized $300 million in grants to law enforcement agencies with fewer than 125 officers, to smaller localities. This legislation passed with bipartisan support, but 55 Republican members voted against it. Democrats also advanced the Victim Act, led by Congresswoman and former Police Chief Val Demings, which would have provided grants totaling up to $100 million per year to law enforcement agencies to help them solve violent crimes and close outstanding cases. 178 Republicans voted against it. Democrats advanced the assault weapons ban, which was supported by the Major Cities Chiefs Association and the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, because they know that these weapons of war are used to murder law enforcement officers and to terrorize our communities. Nearly every Republican voted no. House Democrats worked with Republican Senator John Cornyn, not someone known to be soft on crime, to pass the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act, a bill that increases safety for law enforcement and community members alike. This bipartisan bill passed the Senate by unanimous consent, but when it came to the House, 159 Republicans voted against it. This is not and never has been a serious approach to legislating. Mr. Speaker, H. Conres 40 is a wasted opportunity to advance meaningful legislation that would support the men and women of law enforcement who put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Jordan.
I thank the chairman. The ranking member started her statement by saying the border is secure. Really? More than 5.5, more than 5.5 million illegal aliens along the southwest border have been encountered since Joe Biden took office. 2 million of these illegal aliens have been released into American communities, and more than 1.5 million known illegal gotaways have successfully crossed the southwest border undetected. These include criminal gang members, drug dealers, and individuals on the terrorist watch list. That is not a secure border. That is not a closed border.
I never said that. I never started my statement with a secure border. Mr.
That has
Chairman,
happened
I'm
because
just
on day one,
I'm correcting the record because you stated something that was not true. Thank you, The Mr. general lady should know that interrupting a member without making a valid point of order is against the rules of the committee. Lie about what I said. The time belongs to the chairman. Chairman's recognized.
I would just point out the gentlelady said Republicans say the border is open. She said that's not so. Is that so? What does that mean? If it's not open, is it something that's not secure, not closed? I would just saying what she referenced in her opening statement. Day one of this administration, they stopped construction of the wall, they ended Remain in Mexico, and they put back in place catch and release. Day one. That is why we have the situation we do. In that same time period I just talked about, 28 months of this administration, over 43,000 pounds of fentanyl have been seized at the southwest border, with an unknown amount making it into our communities. And there's also been an uptick in the number of individuals on the FBI terrorist watch list. Just 2 weeks ago, Border Patrol apprehended an Afghan who illegally crossed into San Diego sector in California, and days later, news reports indicate that an additional 5 watch-listed illegal aliens were apprehended in Tucson, Arizona, after attempting to avoid detection. Our witnesses today understand the consequences of our borders being unprotected all too well, all of them, and I want to thank them for being here today. I want to particularly thank Ms. Nobles for bravely agreeing to appear here today to talk about the unthinkable tragedy that affected her family. Her daughter, Kaylee, was 20 years old when she was assaulted and murdered. The person charged with the crime was an MS-13 gang member who was allowed to enter the United States after crossing the border illegally as a so-called unaccompanied alien child. Despite the USC having a criminal history in El Salvador for MS-13 gang affiliation well before he even entered the United States, law enforcement only became aware of this fact after Kaylee's murder. Why not until after Kaylee's murder? Because prior to the murder, no one in this administration bothered to check into the UAC's criminal history in his home country. And the Hamilton family was not alone this year in experiencing such a horrific event. In January, suspected cartel members massacred 6 people, including a 10-month-old infant, assassination style in Goshen, California. In April of this year, a nationwide manhunt ensued after a man who had been deported on 4 separate occasions killed 5 people, including a 9-year-old boy. It's well past time that we enforce the law, secure our border, and we should pass, the Senate should pass, the bill that we passed in the House just a few weeks ago so we can get our border under control and secure. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first wish to express my
questions. Chad?
There's been a lot of noise from the Republican side here about this 1023 document that some members of the Oversight Committee have seen. Some allegations leveled at the president that he may have taken abroad. Concerns expressed by Senator Grassley on the floor yesterday. We don't hear much from Democrats about this. I know sometimes you say that Republicans are just making a lot of stirring this up. But are you concerned about the ethics of the president? Are you concerned that there's an issue that he may have accepted abroad and there's any legal jeopardy to it?
I'm not concerned about any of that, but committees are going to go about their business. I think that's what you hear House Democrats talk often about, is respecting the lanes of these committees, even when the Oversight Committee goes down ridiculous rabbit holes. There's a process for that, and so that's what we're focused on. Is look, if Jim Jordan wants to continue to chase rainbows, that's fine. House Democrats are going to focus on policies that are right for the middle class. We often use our oversight abilities to hold agencies accountable. That's exactly what we do. But there's no truth to this. House Democrats aren't concerned about this at all.
But you're not concerned that even if there's so much noise about it, that eventually begins to stick to the president somehow, especially as we move into an election year, and that's something the Democrats are going to have to move.
I think to the extent that there's noise about it, it's restricted to one media station. But I don't think that this is anything that the American public are really too concerned about. They're concerned about pocketbook issues. They're concerned about gas prices going up. They're concerned about paying costs of their kids' tuition. They're concerned about everyday costs. I don't think that they're concerned about chasing a 10-year-old document and what Jim Jordan says he saw from a document or from a whistleblower.
This is recognized Ms. Jackson Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You value the independence of a special counsel, do you not?
I do.
In a letter to Attorney General Garland submitting your report, you asked him to allow you to continue investigation unencumbered. You said, "We want to thank you and your office for permitting our inquiry to proceed independently without interference, as you assured the members of the Judiciary Committee would be the case during your confirmation hearings to become Attorney General of the United States. You value your special counsel status. So it is accurate that Attorney General Garland let you proceed on your case as you wish. Is that true?"
That's true.
And yes or no, it was important to you that as a special counsel, your investigation was supposed to be independent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because special counsels and special attorneys are supposed to be independent, right?
Special counsel is.
Yes, and independent. They're supposed to be independent. Is that correct?
Special counsel is independent of the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. Why is that the case in your view?
So there can be some confidence on the part of people looking at the investigation that was done, decisions which were made.
Thank you. Special counsels and special attorneys are supposed to be, for the American public, to present the potential of a conflict of interest between the government and a sensitive investigation. By appointing a special counsel and attorney general is supposed to be finding an unbiased party to do the investigating. This was at a very high level. This was dealing with potential presidential candidates. This was dealing with Russia collusion and undermining the very fabric of the United States of America. And they are supposed to leave that person alone. as you commended Attorney General Garland for doing. So, unlike Attorney General Garland, Attorney General Barr was very involved in your investigation, wasn't he?
He was not involved when I became special counsel. Prior to that, I worked under the supervision of the Attorney General and Deputy.
He was very
Attorney General's
involved, was he
office.
not? Let me just bring you to this point.
depends.
Barr established early on that he was very interested in your investigation. On June 8, 2018, he sent then Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein an unsolicited memo arguing that the Mueller investigation should not be able to force the president to submit to interrogation about obstruction. In his text message sending the memo, Barr wrote that he feels very deeply about some of the issues taking shape in the Mueller matter. How often did you meet with Attorney General Barr in 2019?
Before I was special counsel, maybe, well, with him himself, maybe every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something of that sort.
And then after?
Sometimes more frequently.
And then after?
After it became, I had been appointed special counsel, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that I saw him, but I didn't meet with him on
A lot.
investigation. No,
All
it was
right.
not a lot.
How often did you speak or text with the Attorney General? This is during the investigation.
I wouldn't, when I was special counsel or prior to that?
Special counsel, sir.
I don't know how many times I texted with him.
All right. Well, according to now public records, Barr scheduled at least 18 meetings or calls with you between 2019 March and October 2019. And you and he text messages with each other frequently, didn't you? Text messages.
Yeah, I was appointed as special counsel in October. So before that, yeah, there were probably any number of text messages. After that, I don't know.
Here are some examples. On August 31, 2019, he sent you a message that said, John strongly suggests that you, a lot of interesting things. On February 6, 2020, you text him, sir, just emerging from a skiff. Are you open to a call earlier this morning? On February 14, 2020, Barr texts you, call me when you get a chance. On March 19, 2020, Barr texts, can I call you later? And you responded, most certainly. On March 27, 2020, you sent him the best phone number for you, all during the time of being special counsel. And here's an interesting one. On September 24, 2019, the day that the Speaker Pelosi announced a formal impeachment inquiry into President Trump, Attorney General Barr texts you, call me ASAP, and later that day you text back. Do you have a minute for a quick call, Durham? What was the purpose of this call, Mr. Durham? Were you discussing the impeachment inquiry?
I never had any conversation with Attorney General Barr about the impeachment inquiry.
Mr. Durham, this is an awful lot of direct interactions with the Attorney General for imposed, supposedly independent counsel prosecutor. During these messages that sound to you like appropriate interactions, do they sound like appropriate interactions between an Attorney General and a prosecutor investigating the administration?
Sure. Before I was appointed special counsel, I worked for the Attorney General of the United States. That's who
But you
supervised
subsequently
me.
became special counsel. I know that. You
Right.
subsequently became. Not only did you interact with the Attorney General frequently, you also regularly engaged with one of his top deputies, Seth Ducharme. What was your relationship with Mr. Ducharme?
Seth Ducharme had been an assistant United States attorney in the Eastern District of New York. He works with one of my sons, we were friends, and he, at the time, was working in the Office of the Attorney General.
It seems that rather than having an
Time of the gentlelady has
independent
expired.
investigation,
Time
there
of
was
the
a lot of interaction between the
Time of
Attorney
the
General and the
gentlelady
special
has
prosecutor,
expired. Well, I've
which
been
shows that
generous with the time
the
and we'll
Attorney
continue to
General
do so,
was
but-
actively directing your work. I
Gentlelady
yield
yields,
back.
the gentlelady yields back. I think this is amazing, Mr. Durham. You had 8 text messages with the Attorney General of the United States in 11 months time period. That's amazing. I can't believe that.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
The,
Whose time is that you were speaking on?
that was that time that was yielded to me earlier that I yielded back, I think.
That's a select
Mr. Chairman, that is
text. A lot more than that.
absolutely inappropriate.
I was just pointing out something that I think is so
Mr.
so
Chairman, that is
ridiculous.
not appropriate.
And we will go to Mr. Klein for 5 minutes. The gentleman from Virginia, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Special Counsel Durham, for being here today. As has been noted, it's been 4 years and $6.5 million of an investigation. And the Durham report makes no new recommendations to change FBI policy or procedure. It does not conclude that the Crossfire Hurricane investigation should not have been opened, and it even acknowledges that the Clinton campaign did nothing worthy of prosecution. Sadly, the Durham report dredges up allegations from unsuccessful prosecutions, including claims that have been rejected by judge and jury. The flaws of the Durham process were so troubling that some aides resigned in protest. I did Google and in fact read the news articles around the resignation of Nora Donahue, that it is reported that she resigned because of pressure on you and the special counsel group to produce a report or an interim report prior to the presidential election. You can't comment on Nora Donahue's personnel matter. Were you ever encouraged, persuaded, pressured to issue an interim or report prior to the presidential election?
I can say without hesitation, I was not pressured into doing anything.
Was it suggested to you?
It was not suggested to me.
And yet it might have been suggested to someone who worked under you, separate from you.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. Durham, would it have been a dereliction of duty if the FBI sat on its hands and did not investigate with the information they had in front of them? Isn't it true?
I'm sure the Bureau has an obligation to investigate. They should investigate information that they receive from the public or otherwise. And generally speaking, yeah, they have an obligation to look at and assess information.
And in this case, they had an affirmative duty to investigate. Would you agree?
They had an affirmative duty to assess the information they had gotten from the Australian diplomats.
Which would be an investigation. You were assigned to investigate that investigation. Mr. Durham, when did you first meet with Attorney General Barr about a potential investigation into the Mueller report, Mueller investigation?
You know, I was appointed in May of 2019. I had met Attorney General Barr after, not in connection with these matters, but I think I initially met the Attorney General when I became the U.S. Attorney for Connecticut.
Let me just put the calendar together. It was on March 22nd that the Mueller report was submitted to Attorney General Barr. Would you agree with that?
That's March 22nd.
And according to public records, you met with Attorney General Barr on March 25th, 3 days later.
Okay.
And on March 24th, Attorney General Barr released his so-called summary document of a 448-page report, which blatantly mischaracterized the findings in the Mueller report. Would you agree with that?
No.
Did you discuss the Mueller report during your meeting with Mr. Barr on March 25th?
I don't believe so. I think that
the timing was 3 days after he received the report, and you don't think in your meeting you talked about the Mueller report?
I don't think that was. I think it was when I was meeting the Attorney General because I had become the U.S. Attorney in Connecticut in mid to late February.
Maybe you could search your memory and get back to us on that. It's troubling to me because it is clear you were brought in by Attorney General Barr the same week the Mueller report was released and the day after his misleading letter, which hung out there for 25 days before the public got our hands and our eyes on the redacted report. You were hired to investigate the investigators. 1 week after you met with Mr. Barr, on April 13th, Attorney General Barr's counselor, Seth DeCharme, emailed you offering assistance on behalf of Barr, saying, quote, John, the AG has made me aware of the redacted material you're working with him on, and he asked me to provide you with my support and assistance. Is that true?
I think that's correct.
Okay.
I don't remember the date, but that sounds right.
And that's only April. So I'm wondering if you weren't yet put into this field. Donald Trump was very vocal on Twitter, as he always has been, about his belief that the Mueller investigation should never have been taken. Are you aware of his tweets?
I know that the former president was a tweeter, yes.
He was a tweeter. Some Republicans on this committee believed that part of your purpose was to exonerate Mr. Donald Trump. I want to take you back to your opening statement. It's at paragraph 4. As you know, Mr. Durham, you said this morning, if repeated or left unaddressed, these issues could result in significant national security risks and further erode public faith in our justice system. We now sit with a former president indicted 37 counts around the documents, the classified documents that he took, he held, he moved, he concealed, he lied about, he showed to other people, 37 counts. If repeated or left unaddressed, these issues could result in significant national security risks and further erode public faith in our justice system. I thank you for your service, for pointing out what really matters when we have a very dangerous former president and criminal indictments to come. A mess of Mr. Trump's own making. I am baffled
time
by
of the gentlelady.
this committee's lifting up of a
Time of the
corrupt
gentlelady
president.
has expired.
And I thank you for indulging me just as you indulged yourself. Thank you.
God bless you. That's right.
God bless
Equal
you.
opportunity. Mr. Durham, if you can go one more round.
Do this every day?
Yeah. Well, this is relatively calm to some hearings that we have, Mr. If you can go one more, then we'll give you a break, but we'll recognize the gentleman from California, and we'll give you a quick break, maybe 5-10 minutes, then we'll come back and finish. But the gentleman from California is recognized for 5.
Mr. Durham, several people today, including Ranking Member Madler and 3 representatives from California, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Swalwell, and Mr. Liu.
And yields back, before going to the gentleman from California, the gentlelady from Texas has a unanimous consent, I think? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit records from the Department of Justice reflecting meetings with the U.S. Attorney John Durham. These records were in response to American Oversight's request for DOJ communications between the offices of the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General and the Durham or his first assistant. I ask unanimous consent to place this in the record of this hearing.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Gentleman from
request.
California.
Mr. Chairman, you and your colleagues have continually cited to Steve DeUnio's transcribed interviews using selected statements taken out of context. I move for unanimous consent to enter the entire transcript into the record so the American public can see for itself exactly what he said.
Yeah, we will work on that. Yeah, we'll work on that. We don't want to, we'll talk with the chairman. We want to make that fully available.
Mr. Chairman,
Other
you're
ranking
objecting to a unanimous consent request then to some...
Mr. Chairman, I object.
Okay.
So if I understand correctly, Mr. Chairman, you're happy to cite selected portions of the transcript out of context, but you're not happy to see...
Mr. Chairman, there's an objection. Is there further action?
You don't want the American public to see this, Mr. Issa?
Roll call vote, please.
Yeah.
There's no vote on that.
I just want to clarify for the gentleman. We want to put the transcript out. There's a couple. We got a little work to do on certain names that have to be redacted for obvious reasons. But yeah, we definitely want to put the transcript out. We'll work with the minority to make sure that happens. I thought it was an amazing interview by Mr. D'Antuono, the former head of the Washington Field Office. We want that information out to the public, and we'll make sure it happens.
Can I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that you grant the request subject to redactions to protect personally private information?
So, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman from California is
and you have accepted my submission. I didn't hear
that right away.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Durham, many of...
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questioning, I want to say that the House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. The chairman of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. The precedent sent by this chairman has damaged the ability of congressional committees to get information from witnesses and damaged the rule of law. Now, Mr. Durham, thank you for being here voluntarily today. In your report, not only did the FBI have information, as stated before, that the Australians knew that Trump Foreign Policy Advisor George Papadopoulos had suggested that the Russians were going to release anonymous information damaging Hillary Clinton, the FBI also knew and had information that the Democratic National Committee was hacked by the Russians and information was being released to the American public. The FBI also had information from various media reports that Trump had relations with different Russian businessmen, and the FBI had information that Trump said, quote, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing." The FBI had all that information prior to opening Operation Hurricane, correct? Crossfire Hurricane, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If the FBI had chosen to do so, the multiple pieces of information they had would have allowed them to open a preliminary investigation. Is that right?
In our report, we say that the FBI certainly had an obligation to assess the information, perhaps make it a preliminary investigation. That's
okay.
our view.
In fact, it would have been a dereliction of duty for the FBI to have just sat on their hands and done nothing with the information that they had. Is that right?
Yeah, the FBI should not have ignored that information.
Okay. It's also true, isn't it, that the Inspector General of the Department of Justice looked at this situation and concluded that not only did the FBI have enough information to open a preliminary investigation, the FBI had enough information to open a full investigation. That was the conclusion of the Inspector General, correct?
My recollection is that the Inspector General said it's a low bar, and he thought that it had been met. The Inspector General didn't necessarily address.
So thank you. I'd like to enter their Inspector General's report dated December 2019 into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Okay. Turns out the FBI was correct. The Department of Justice found that the Russians interfered in our elections in a, quote, sweeping and systematic manner. A bipartisan U.S. Senate report confirmed that the Russians interfered in the 2016 elections and that interference benefited Donald Trump. Paul Manafort, Trump's former campaign chairman, also publicly admitted to giving internal Trump campaign data to the Russians, and the U.S. Treasury Department found that this data, which it said was, quote, sensitive information on polling and campaign strategy, was then passed to Russian intelligence services. There is a phrase to describe the facts I just set forth. It's called Russian collusion. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter both the Treasury Department documents dated April 2021, as well as the bipartisan Senate report intelligence dated August 2020.
Without objection.
Okay. Now, Mr. Durham, I'd like to ask you the following simple yes or no questions. Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was convicted, correct?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that one?
Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was convicted, correct?
That's correct. Not in
Trump's former
connection with
foreign
these
policy
matters.
advisor to the campaign, George Papadopoulos, was convicted, correct?
That's correct.
Trump's former deputy campaign manager, Rick Gates, was convicted, correct?
Not in connection with the Russian matter.
All right. Mr. Durham, you can hold yourself out as an objective Department of Justice official or as a partisan hack, and the more that you try to spin the facts and not answer my questions, you sound like the latter. So I'm just going to ask this simply. Trump's former national security advisor, Michael Flynn, was convicted, correct?
That's correct.
Trump's longtime advisor, Roger Stone, was convicted, correct?
I'm sorry, missed the last thing you
Trump's
mentioned.
longtime advisor, Roger Stone, was convicted, correct?
Correct.
In contrast to multiple Trump associates who were convicted, you brought 2 cases to jury trial based on this investigation, and you lost both. And so I don't actually know what we're doing here, because the author of the Durham report concedes that the FBI had enough information to investigate, and thank goodness the FBI did, because multiple Trump associates who committed crimes were held accountable, and the best way to summarize what happened is thank you to the brave men and women of the FBI for doing their jobs. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. He yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized for 5 minutes.
First of all, Mr. Durham, I apologize for the...
Morning, everyone. This week has once again put in stark contrast for the American people the fact that House Democrats are continuing to work to solve the challenges that the American people confront in terms of their economic well-being, their future, and the ability to achieve the American dream, as compared with the extreme MAGA Republicans, who are simply trying to jam their right-wing ideology and their conspiracy theories and their fealty to the twice-impeached former president down the throats of the American people. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics, to fight for lower cost, better paying jobs, safer communities, reproductive freedom, defend democracy, confront the gun violence epidemic, and build an economy that grows the middle class. We're focused on an economy that works for everyday Americans, builds upon the progress that President Biden has led, and grows the middle class. Republicans are focused on their extremism and their conspiracy theories and bending the knee to Donald Trump. House Republicans have no agenda, no vision no plan to deal with the economy, job creation, health care, gun safety, or anything that matters to the American people. And that's what this week once again shows. Instead, they're peddling conspiracy theories before the Judiciary Committee. The oversight chairperson is totally out of control and unhinged. They're obsessed with Adam Schiff. First, they kick him off the Intel Committee. Then they try to fine him $16 million. That fails. Donald Trump threatens to primary them. And they immediately respond to the puppet master by bringing a censure resolution back to the floor of the House of Representatives. Today, the extreme MAGA Republicans want to impeach Joe Biden. You can't make this stuff up. Their extremism continues to be on full display. And they are doing nothing to enhance the health, the safety, or the economic well-being of the American people.
That's a little different than making a specific allegation about a specific individual on this particular committee.
The chair, if I could, to the gentleman from Maryland, the chair has been very lenient in things being said. The previous speaker from the Democrats called the former president of the United States all kinds of things, and we sat here and let it go. Probably should have said something then. Maybe everyone should be careful about what they say. And the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for his 5 minutes of questioning, and we have to move fast.
Before we get to that, Mr. Chairman, those rules don't cover, the rules that govern this committee don't cover statements about
I'm talking
people
about
who are not on
decorum
the committee.
I'm just talking about general decorum.
They do cover statements about members of the committee and members of the House.
And I've admonished the gentleman, he should watch what he says, just like other members should watch what they say about the former president of our country. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
The former president is not a member of the committee.
I know that.
Protected by the House rules.
I understand
that
that.
govern these kinds of statements.
I understand that. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to question the witness.
Well, Mr. Durham, good afternoon. Appreciate you being here. Although I'm sure, as you expressed earlier, there are probably other places you'd rather be. I did want to follow up on your prior testimony about the trip that you and the Attorney General Barr took to Italy. And I wanted to ask you to elaborate on that. I take it that was at the point prior to you becoming special counsel, but not by much. Is that right?
It was prior to that. I think it was a while before.
The dates I've got, just to help out, August 15 and September 27th, 2019. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, and I was appointed special counsel in October of 2020, so more than a year before that.
Okay, and why did you go on that trip?
You know, I want to be careful as to what I'm authorized to say here, speaking outside the report, but I think members are probably aware of the fact that there was a particular person who supposedly had provided or had made statements to Papadopoulos. And Papadopoulos, not when he talked to the Australians, but when he was interviewed by the FBI, attributed information he had to this particular person who was a European. There was reason to believe that that person was in Italy or had been in Italy.
All right, and let me ask, just to follow up on that, why did the Attorney General come with you to investigate that?
This is my understanding. I mean, these weren't communications I had, but the Italian authorities wanted to deal with the person at an appropriate level, not with me. And so that's what that was about. That's my understanding.
All right, but was it unusual for the Attorney General of the United States to go on trips to interview witnesses, whether overseas or even domestically?
Yeah, he didn't, to my knowledge, the Attorney General didn't interview any witnesses. My understanding was that in accordance with what the Italian authorities wanted, he was going to did go over, and introduce me to them so that they would work with us to see if they could be of assistance in our locating a particular witness.
All right, so he personally traveled to Italy in the pursuit of this investigative lead?
In opening the door for our group to
To
deal
pursue
with
an investigative
Yes,
lead.
yes,
All
sir.
right. And then you said you'd been at the Department of Justice for 40 years?
I have been.
All right. Do you recall the Attorney General of the United States ever taking a step like that to travel overseas in pursuit of a lead in an investigation?
You know, I don't know. It may happen all the time. I can only talk by my experience. This is the
Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. And I take it that whatever investigation was done over there in Italy didn't lead to any type of prosecution or convictions in your investigation.
That's correct.
All right, I want to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Durham, did you seek communications pertaining to someone named Mr. Bernard from a federal district judge?
I'm not, assuming that prosecutors go to judges for certain kinds of orders, they are typically sealed proceedings. I'm not speaking.
Did you seek an order
direct to your
to
question, but I'm not going to comment on anything that I believe is under seal.
Did you seek a court order to obtain personal communications pertaining to Mr. Bernard?
I'm not going to speak beyond the report on that point, and I'm not going to violate any
Were you-
sealing orders.
I don't think it violates any sealing orders to tell us if you sought personal communications by court order. Did you?
Again, it's beyond the report.
Well, let's not even
Subject
make it
to sealing
specific to a
orders.
person. Did you seek court orders to obtain particular records, and were you denied by the judge?
I think the question is, you know,
No,
intended
the
to
question is
suggest
what
that I don't
the
want to
question is what
disclose something I'm
The question is what I
uncomfortable
asked you, Mr. Durham. You get to give the answer, not the question. The question is, did you seek a court order to get records from a judge pertaining to private communications, and were you turned down by the judge for lack of a sufficient basis?
And I've told you
Yes
that
or no?
It's beyond the report. I don't think I'm authorized to talk about it, and I'm not going to violate
It's
any.
not beyond the
sealing orders.
report. It's not beyond the report.
Do you see anything in the report about that?
Yes. Did you seek an order, and were you turned down? And then did you seek to go around the court order by going to the grand jury?
No. You like to know what that was about?
What I would like to know, Mr. Durham, is did Mrs. Danahy, who resigned from your team, raise ethical concerns about your trying to go around the court order?
To my knowledge, no.
Then why did she leave?
I told you before, previously, that I have the highest regard for Ms. Danahy. Ms. Danahy and I are friends. Ms. Danahy, like
You
everybody.
know why she left, right?
I'm not
You do
sure
know the
why
answer
she
to the
left.
question. You know why she left, right?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair now recognizes.
Mr. Chairman, if I might ask unanimous consent to offer
Sure.
two articles for the record. The first is by Charlie Savage, Adam Goldman, and Katie Benner, How Barr's Quest to Find Flaws in the Russian Inquiry Unraveled.
Objection.
And then the second is Anna Mamigliano, Italy did not fuel U.S. suspicion of Russian meddling, Prime Minister says, both from the New York Times.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Durham, I've got a number of things I want to ask you, but do you desire to?
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Director, I think it's quite rich that the guy that has accused you of lawlessness and weaponization is 400 days into violation of his own congressional subpoena over January 6th. Quite rich to me that you're hearing all of these allegations from somebody who won't even respond to a lawful subpoena. But I want to talk more about your workforce because that's where you started. A couple weeks ago at the Bureau, you had Family Day. Can you tell us what Family Day is?
Family Day is an opportunity for employees from really all over the FBI. It tends to be primarily from the nearby geographies because of the trip that they have to make to employees to bring their families into FBI headquarters so that they can see a little bit about the place their loved ones work and why mom or dad is spending so much time away from home.
You see any little kids at Family Day?
Many, many, many. It's an opportunity for us to say thank you to the families. We talk a lot in law enforcement about sacrifice, but the reality is that law enforcement officers and professionals are sacrificing to do what they love. Our families are sacrificing because of who they love.
And what would you say, in your experience, is the number one worry of a little kid about a mom or dad who is a special agent out in the field?
Obviously, they're worried that their mom or dad won't come home at night because they've been killed. And that, in fact, has happened, unfortunately, all
Happened in
too
Fort
often.
Lauderdale a couple years ago, is that right?
Laura Schwarzenberger and Dan Alphen, two of our agents killed in a connection with a child exploitation case down there. It was the single darkest day I've had in this job.
I want to turn your attention to an organization called Marco Polo. It's run by a former Trump aide named Garrett Ziegler. Over the past couple weeks, he has doxed the addresses of a former special agent connected to the Hunter Biden case. He has put up the dates of births and pictures of two current special agents who work for you. He has said the name, which I will not say, of an assistant U.S. attorney who worked in the Hunter Biden case, that she will answer for her crimes. He will focus everything on her. Justice will be done. It's out of my hands, but she will answer. Do these types of threats and doxing concern you about threats to your workforce and what it could mean?
Well, obviously, what we're most concerned about are the actual acts of violence, which themselves have happened, and as we just discussed. But this kind of phenomenon, doxing, is itself hugely problematic because the more information, personalized information about law enforcement professionals that are out in the internet, the more people who may be unstable or inclined to violence there are out there who can choose to act on it. And we're seeing that all too often. The number of officers across law enforcement killed in the line of duty has been up alarmingly over the last few years. And I know that because one of the things I committed to doing early in my tenure was every time an officer anywhere in the country is shot and killed in the line of duty, I was going to personally call that sheriff or that chief, and on behalf of the FBI, express our support and condolences and relay that to the family. And I have done that now close to 400 times since I've been in this job.
Thank you for doing that. And you don't only do that, you send your SACs, your special agents in charge, to their funerals as well, and I've seen that. Chairman, I've counted in this hearing, and we're only about an hour and a half in, the use of the word laptop about 20 times. In fact, in the chairman's opening statement, he said that he's upset that he believes the FBI prevented more Americans from learning about a private citizen's laptop. That is bananas to me. You all are bringing up FISA every single question. You're essentially saying to the American people that you're guardians of personal security and privacy, but the 2020 election was determined because the FBI didn't let more Americans see a private citizen's non-consensual nudes? Is that what we're saying here? That you lost the election not because of your ideas, but because a private citizen's laptop
Do you want an answer? Will you
wasn't
yield?
out there?
Will you yield?
That's bananas. Like,
you-
you should be a party of ideas, not a party of non-consensual nudes to help you win an election.
Will you
And
yield for an
It seems
answer?
like that is what the objection is here today. We should be talking about the mass shootings that occurred over the last 10 days. Instead, this hearing has turned into absolute chaos. And I yield back.
Time of the gentleman's expired. We bring up FISA because it's up for reauthorization, if the gentleman didn't know, at the end of this year. And it was in our witness's opening statement. I didn't bring up the laptop. The
Whose time
judge
are you
last-
speaking? Whose time are you speaking to, Chairman?
The judge last
Point of order.
week on
Whose
July 4th.
time are you speaking?
brought
Chairman,
it up.
point of order. Whose time are you speaking on?
I'm speaking on, not a point of order, and I recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, this chairman ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena served upon him. The actions of this chairman have undermined the credibility of all congressional committees in seeking information from witnesses and have undermined the rule of law. Now, Director Wray, thank you for your public service and for the service of the brave FBI agents. I'm going to ask you a series of basic questions to get facts out to the American people about our system of justice. Trump advisor Roger Stone was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump donor Elliot Brady was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Also my recollection.
The Attorney General at the time for those two convictions was Bill Barr. Which president nominated Bill Barr for Attorney General?
President Trump.
Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, was convicted on two separate occasions in a federal court, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The Attorney General at the time for Cohen's second conviction was Matthew Whitaker. Which president appointed Matthew Whitaker as acting Attorney General?
President Trump.
Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Yes.
Trump's former deputy campaign manager, Mr. Gates, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump's campaign foreign policy advisor, George Papadopoulos, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Yes, I think he pled guilty, yes.
The Attorney General at the time of those three cases was Jeff Sessions. Which president nominated Jeff Sessions for Attorney General?
President Trump.
You were the FBI director for all of those cases at the time. Which president nominated you?
President Trump.
Okay. What these facts show is we don't have a two-tiered system of justice. We have one Department of Justice that goes after criminals regardless of party ideology. All of these folks were convicted under the administrations of three separate Republican attorneys general. It is not the fault of the FBI that Donald Trump surrounded himself with criminals. Donald Trump brought that upon himself. Thank you to the FBI for exposing the cesspool of corruption of these Trump associates. Now, I'd like to talk about efforts by MAGA Republicans to defund the FBI. I think it'd be useful for the FBI to explain to American people what your missions are and how critical they are. So, again, a series of basic questions. The FBI's mission includes counterterrorism, correct?
Yes.
And that means the FBI works to stop terrorist attacks on American soil, right?
Yes.
The FBI's mission also includes counterintelligence, correct?
Yes.
And that means the FBI works to stop espionage of American companies and organizations. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The FBI's mission includes stopping cybercrime, right?
Correct.
The FBI's mission includes stopping public corruption, right?
Correct.
The FBI's mission includes stopping weapons of mass destruction from being detonated on American soil, right?
Yes, we work with others on it, but yes.
The FBI's mission includes going after organized crime, right?
Yes.
You go after violent crime, correct?
Yes.
You also go after white-collar crime, right?
Yes.
The FBI's mission also includes going after child sex trafficking, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Republican members of their caucus, including members on this committee, have asked to defund the FBI. One member of this committee from Arizona wrote that the FBI, quote, should be defunded and dismantled. What would happen if the FBI was defunded and dismantled?
We would have hundreds more violent criminals out on the street, dozens more violent gangs terrorizing communities, hundreds more child predators on the loose, hundreds more kids left at those predators' mercy instead of being rescued, scores of threats from the Chinese Communist Party being left unaddressed, hundreds of ransomware attacks left unmitigated, terrorist attacks, both jihadist-inspired and domestic violent extremists, not prevented, that would succeed against Americans. Single seizures of fentanyl. It is not uncommon right now for a single FBI office in a single operation to seize enough fentanyl to wipe out an entire state. So many, 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 many more of those lethal doses would be sweeping the country. We have close to 400, I think it is, somewhere between 300 and 400 investigations into the leadership of the cartels trafficking that fentanyl. So you would have a significantly greater threat from the southwest border from the cartels. So those are just a few things that would happen. Ultimately, the people most hurt by some ill-conceived effort to defund our agency, the people most hurt are the American people that live in every district represented on this committee.
Thank you, Director Ray, FBI agents, for protecting
Americans.
Americans.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley is recognized.
Good morning, Director Ray. You might hear today about a man named Stephen D'Antuono, the former special agent in charge of the Washington field office during the investigation into the documents. Last month, committee Republicans brought him in for an interview, and shortly after that, Chairman Jordan released a letter purporting to describe Mr. D'Antuono's testimony. In fact, Chairman Jordan's summary of Mr. D'Antuono's words are a vast mischaracterization of what he actually said. Here's just one example. Chairman Jordan has claimed that Mr. D'Antuono said he had, quote, no idea, unquote, why the Mar-a-Lago investigation was run out of the FBI's Washington field office instead of the Miami field office. What the chairman hides is that just seconds later, Mr. D'Antuono explained that, quote, the venue was here, meaning Washington, D.C., for the classified documents, that it was, quote, not out of the ordinary for Washington to be lead office running the investigation, and said that Washington has, quote, most experience and knowledge in working public corruption cases and are, quote, the experts. Ray, I hope your agents will not be disheartened by what they hear today and will continue this kind of work essential to the safety of our nation. I thank the chairman and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Just for the record, the pronunciation of the former assistant director in charge of the Washington field office is D'Antuono, something the ranking member might have known if he'd actually shown up at the deposition like I did. With that, without objection, all information and belief, so help you God. Let the record reflect that the witness answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Kennedy, you are now recognized for your opening statement, and then we'll go right down the line. He's going to go a little longer.
Excuse me, point of order. I know that witnesses usually have 5 minutes. I see 10 minutes on the board. Is it going to be 10 minutes for
We'll give
every
him 5
witness?
minutes, but we're pretty lax with this. We'll let him go for
We are?
a little, yeah.
I've seen you gavel down on quite a number of
We've
witnesses.
given senators and former Democrat members of Congress and all kinds
He's
of folks plenty
neither.
of time. I
He's
know.
neither.
I'm just saying in past history.
Okay,
in
okay.
committee. But
Let's just watch
you,
the time for all the witnesses.
and if
then.
you want to cut him off and censor him some more, you're welcome to do it.
Oh, that's not my job. That's your job. Why don't you threaten a witness so that they can not want to be a
Mr.
witness?
Kennedy is recognized for his opening statement. We'll give him 5 minutes, more or less, and then we'll move to the next one. Mr. Kennedy, go right ahead. Gentleman yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. We appreciate the work you're doing to defend the First Amendment, and thank you for just very compelling answers and compelling testimony and the work you've done and how important this is for the country. I mean, if we don't have a First Amendment, it's just, I'm frightened by where we go.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
You may not. You may not.
I just
Mr.
want to
Chair,
respond.
Mr. Chair,
I don't
the
think-
time is out. We're done.
I haven't adjourned the hearing, and I don't think you're the chairman.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Chairman's discretion.
I
We're gonna
know
let
it's
Mr.
your
Kennedy-
discretion,
We're going to
but
let Mr. Kennedy.
he has had so much additional time.
Well, I think everyone's had
Why?
additional time.
No,
and we're gonna
why?
get-
Why are you doing that specifically for him?
Because
I
we
just
don't,
want to
opposed to other
explain
people.
I'm sure the witness,
super PAC.
I'm sure the
on
Democratic
other
witness
places.
will be as short as he possibly can.
No. Are you going to allow our witness to just give another piece?
No,
of
let him
what-
address the
wanna
defamatory
acknowledge-
comment that was made
Address-
about him. That's untrue.
That was not defamatory. That is a legal definition that was not met.
I want to
And was
acknowledge
it my-
information about the super PAC that you mentioned.
Go ahead.
I've just been told that that super PAC is connected to somebody that we have a connection to. It's not a super PAC that I've endorsed, and it's not one, as I said, that I've ever heard of.
Thank the gentleman for that statement, and I thank you for your testimony. The committee is now adjourned.
Chairman Jordan, the very next day, is using his power as chairman to bring one of the most anti-Semitic witnesses you could possibly bring into Congress to testify before Chairman Jordan's weaponization committee. So that's the priorities of Chairman Jordan these days. But it was made all too clear last week when we had FBI Director Chris Wray testify to Congress just what this is all about. Chairman Jordan complained that in the 2020 election, he believed that the FBI prevented the public from seeing more of Hunter Biden's laptop. If you can believe that. That the Republicans would have won the 2020 election if more Americans could have seen a private citizen's non-consensual nudes. That was Chairman Jordan's complaint. And so we now see that The MAGA party is not a party of ideas. It's not a party of principles. It's a party of violating an individual's privacy to own the libs and try and win an election.
Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Recently, Speaker McCarthy stated that if the Department of Justice can prosecute Donald Trump, then, quote, they can do that to any American, end quote. Speaker McCarthy is absolutely correct. If the Department of Justice can prosecute Donald Trump for unlawfully retaining top secret classified documents that put American lives at risk and sharing those documents with random people, then yes, the Department of Justice can prosecute you for unlawfully retaining top secret classified documents and sharing them with random people. Because you are not above the law, and neither is Donald Trump.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the chair of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. The actions of the chair have undermined the credibility of all congressional committees in seeking information from witnesses and damaged the rule of law. Now, Secretary Mayorkas, thank you for your public service. I'd like to discuss with you the history of the southern border. In September 1969, a few years before Watergate consumed this presidential administration, the president launched Operation Intercept, which basically shut down the southern border. Less than 3 weeks later, that operation was stopped because it largely failed to address the issues at the border. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 1969?
Congressman, I have to think back sequentially in reverse chronology, but I'm sure you know the answer immediately.
I'll give you a hint. This Republican president resigned.
Congressman, I know the president, President Nixon.
Thank you. After Nixon resigned in 1974, his vice president became president. But the issues at the border continued, and in 1976, the president stated, quote, 80 to 90% of the heroin that comes in the United States today comes across from our southern border, end quote. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 1976? The vice president to Nixon.
I'm sorry?
He was the vice president to Richard Nixon.
Gerald Ford, are you
Yes,
speaking
that's
of?
correct.
Yeah,
And then,
Congressman, I'd prefer not to answer questions of history right now. My focus is on the work of the
I'm gonna help
Department
you
of
with it.
Homeland Security.
I'm going to help you with this. In the 1980s, the Republican president had promised morning in America again. But the issues at the southern border continued, prompting him to order a partial shutdown of the border in 1985. This operation, aptly named Operation Intercept 2, was stopped after only a few days because it also failed to address the issues at the border. And this was a president that knew about these issues because he was a former governor of California. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 1985?
Ronald Reagan,
Thank you.
Congressman.
The border issues continued into this century. In 2006, the president, who was also familiar with the border because he was a former governor of Texas, declared that, quote, for decades, the United States has not been in complete control of its borders, end quote. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 2006?
President Bush, Congressman.
In the prior administration, the Republican president tried to solve their issues at the border, and he failed. I would now like to show a video of what was actually happening during the prior administration in 2018. Staff, you can play the video.
This is a pit stop on a punishing journey to the U.S. border, and it's still just the beginning. Migrants from Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador continue to make their way north, fleeing poverty, persecution, and gang violence. The caravan now includes an estimated 7,200 migrants, and more are expected to join tomorrow, potentially pushing the number past 10,000.
In May 2019, the situation got even worse. Politico published an article on June 5th, 2019, that was titled, Border Arrests Rose to Nearly 132,000 in May, as the border surge continues. City Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 2018 and 2019?
President Trump, Congressman.
And now we're here in 2023. City Mayorkas, last month in June, border crossings declined to the lowest level in over 2 years, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the?
Border crossings last month declined to the lowest level in over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Politico published an article last week that stated approximately 99,545 individuals were apprehended last month, the first time the figure dropped below 100,000 in more than 2 years. That data is largely correct, right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, so based on the facts that you testified to, here's this chart. Shows that under Trump, there were 133,000 border apprehensions in May 2019, and last month, under the Biden administration, there were less than 100,000 border apprehensions. The facts show the southern border is doing better last month than it was under Trump in May 2019. Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for your public service. And now the Republicans want to impeach you. Good luck with that one. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Secretary, you have a serious job, and occasionally you have to deal with some very unserious MAGA colleagues of mine. Your serious job is to secure the border of the greatest country in the world, a country that is neighbor to some of the most violent and economically insecure countries in the world, where people are willing to risk everything to come here. And somehow you have to secure the border, but also make sure we're not pushing little girls back into the river so they can drown. It's a hard job. If it was an easy job, we wouldn't have asked you to do it. But you were asked to do it because you're qualified, you're competent, you care, you show compassion, and you show up every day and you deal with this. Frankly, sir, I think sometimes you're too nice, because if I had a chairman who failed to honor his own lawful subpoena about 500 days after it was submitted to him, I would say, catch me when you're serious. Come talk to me when you're going to follow the law about whether you think I follow the law. But that's not who you are. You take your job seriously, even in front of a lot of unserious people. In fact, the chair that you were sitting in, you may not know this, but the last person who sat in that chair was called by the chairman an anti-vaccine, anti-Semitic witness in RFK Jr. So you have brought immediate credibility to the chair that you're sitting in by just being here. They're not serious people. They chide people for their pronouns. They obsess and display in this committee and other committees private citizens' non-consensual nude images. We're not talking about serious people. We're not talking about people who are on the level. And so what do we want to do? We want to acknowledge the seriousness of your job and hopefully one day in the majority give you the tools to deliver on what we believe ultimately can put us in the most secure place, which is comprehensive immigration reform. And in the spirit of that, I want to ask you, because I believe in that and my colleagues believe in that, in January, DHS established a new set of processes for lawful entry of Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans that drastically reduced encounters of those nationals at the southern border. This freed up department resources to combat drug trafficking and other cartel crimes. Democrats applauded the measure, while Republicans scrambled to find a new way to turn it into campaign fundraising emails. Last Congress, Democrats proposed increases to funding for CBP personnel to patrol the southern border and investments in technology to interdict smuggling through ports of entry. Again, my Republican colleagues failed to support common sense measures to secure the homeland. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they don't have solutions. They want the chaos. So, Mr. Secretary, they have put forth proposals to defund the CBP One app, which has helped alleviate strained manpower at the southern border. What impact would that have on our homeland security?
Congressman, the CBP One app is one element of our approach of building and expanding lawful pathways for people to reach the United States in a safe, orderly, and lawful way, as well as delivering consequences at the border for those individuals who do not use them. The CBP One app, number one, reduces the number of irregular encounters at our southern border. Number two, and critically, cuts out the smuggling organizations that impose such tragedy and trauma on vulnerable individuals purely for the sake of profit. And 3, allows us to screen and vet individuals before they arrive at our border. It is of tremendous utility to us, and its results have proven productive.
And thank you, Mr. Secretary. As I said, you have a serious job. Border crossings are down despite my MAGA colleagues constantly saying we have an open border, which only invites people south of the border to believe that they should try and come here. They're rooting for that chaos. You are trying to bring solutions to stop that. Fentanyl seizures are up. Congratulations to the brave men and women who wear the badge every day and walk the beat at CBP. That should be celebrated, but rather it's used by my MAGA colleagues as a political weapon to suggest that they would rather the fentanyl get past CB3, past the ports of entry, and into our schools and our communities. You've got a tough job, you're a serious person, and we're grateful that you're doing it. And I yield back.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
The Judiciary Committee has oversight jurisdiction over a single agency at Health and Human Services, the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And the purpose of this agency is to provide immigrants with humanitarian resources when they enter our border. Nowhere is this more important than with children, especially those unaccompanied by a parent or a guardian. Assistant Secretary Igorin, isn't it true that Chairman Jordan demanded access to files about unaccompanied minors as part of his requests?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We do have requests regarding the Office of Refugee Resettlement.
Including unaccompanied minors?
Including document requests related to the Office of Refugee Resettlement, yes.
And due to legitimate privacy concerns, because we're talking about children, you offered to provide Chairman Jordan with a in-camera review. Is that right?
That is correct. We provided 1,200 pages of information for in-camera review, which the staff were able to review.
And in-camera means that it's not public, they have access to the documents. Is that right?
That is correct.
You even asked them, because of the nature of what they were looking at and the privacy of minors, to not take any pictures or to publish anything of what they were looking at. Is that right?
Congressman, it is common practice that because of the sensitive nature of these documents and the in-camera review process, that pictures are not taken and that they are handled in a highly sensitive manner, yes.
Were pictures taken during that in-camera review by Chairman Jordan's staff?
It is my understanding that pictures were taken, and that is an unfortunate outcome.
It's worse than an unfortunate outcome. It's violating the privacy of minors. And Assistant Secretary, were parts of those documents that you showed Chairman Jordan's staff published?
Congressman, it is my understanding that parts of those documents were in the report produced by the majority.
Again, this goes to a theme that we're seeing here. We talked about this last week with Hunter Biden's laptop. You violate an individual's privacy. You take non-consensual pictures from that laptop. You use it to weaponize a case against your political opponent. Here, we're talking about minors, and you're asked not to take pictures of information regarding minors. You take the pictures and you put them out to the public. Again, that's weird. I don't know why you would do that. It's also just creepy and it's wrong, and kids have their privacy violated to make a political point. Assistant Secretary Darukoglu, could you talk to me about what the Global Engagement Center is and why it's so important that the United States participates in it?
Of course. Thank you, Congressman, for the question. The Global Engagement Center works to recognize, understand, and expose foreign propaganda against the United States and its allies. Most of this propaganda emanates from Beijing, Tehran, as well as Moscow, as well as non-state actors, I should add.
Does your work include providing vital information to intelligence communities to ensure we have rapid responses to conflicts like the war in Ukraine?
To be clear, I actually don't work for the Global Engagement Center, but the center actually does have an interagency role and does work with the intelligence community, yes.
And just based on your understanding of what the Global Engagement Center does and the State Department's role, what would happen if this program was discontinued?
If this program was discontinued, and I should say it needs to be reauthorized before the end of 2024, we would not have this interagency arm that actually looks, collects, analyzes, and exposes disinformation. And we would be, I guess we would be really not in a good position if that were to happen.
And just based on your general review of foreign disinformation that attacks political parties in America, do you see a distinction between one party benefiting over another, or is it the case that both parties in America and many of the entities that we value in America are all susceptible and vulnerable to disinformation?
Sir, again, I'm not a subject matter expert on this issue, but I will say, just from my own understanding, these foreign propaganda arms do not discriminate.
Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman.
The chairman again. I hope that's true next year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Monday, we commemorated the 22nd anniversary of the horrific attacks on September 11th. None of us will ever forget the terror of that day or the bravery of the first responders who rushed towards danger to save countless lives. To so many people, the wounds from 9/11 still feel fresh. The grief and pain is ever present. Among the many ways that our lives changed after the events of that terrible day, September 11th served as the catalyst for a sea change in our immigration system. The 19 hijackers who carried out the attack came to this country legally on visas. In response to the intelligence failures that allowed them to enter, plan, and execute the attacks, we created the Department of Homeland Security. This led to massive increases in funding, vetting, and enforcement within the immigration system. As a result, immigration became inextricably linked with national security. While in many ways we are safer today, there are also many problematic aspects to this approach, not the least of which is that asylum seekers are too often treated like criminals by our government. However, one thing is certain. The federal government is deeply focused on keeping Americans safe from threats domestic and foreign, and attacks by foreign-born terrorists on U.S. soil since 9/11 are vanishingly rare. I am sure that my Republican colleagues will do their best to scare people into believing that the next 9/11 is just around the corner, and this time, they will claim, it will be planned by someone who snuck over the southwest border. But the fact remains that there has never been a successful attack planned by someone who illegally crossed our southwest border. Even the cherry-picked examples that we will likely hear about today tell a story about the rigorous vetting done by DHS and our intelligence agencies to keep us safe. For example, much has been made about recent reports that asylum seekers from Uzbekistan were aided by a smuggler with ISIS sympathies. But we know about those alleged ties precisely because of investigative work done by intelligence agencies in coordination with immigration enforcement agencies working together, as they should in a case like this. The FBI is continuing to identify and vet this group of individuals, even after the National Security Council stated publicly that there is no indication that any of the people who actually entered the U.S. have any connection to a foreign terrorist network. Of course, we won't learn anything new about these migrants today. That's because this slapdash hearing was pulled together to make headlines, not progress. As has become commonplace in this subcommittee, there are no government witnesses today. No one who can provide a thorough accounting of what the government is currently doing to address potential threats. The FBI and DHS have offered to provide members of the classified briefing about this incident, but a classified briefing doesn't get anyone a spot on Fox News. So here we are, about to commence yet another hearing to demonstrate just how unserious my colleagues are about fixing the problems plaguing our immigration system. If they wanted to improve things, they would have joined with Democrats when we appropriated hundreds of millions of dollars to provide new technology, inspection systems, and CBP officers to the border in last year's omnibus spending bill. Not a single Republican member of this committee voted in favor of that bill. And now many of them want to defund DHS, DOJ, and the FBI, or else they will shut down the government. These extreme MAGA priorities are dead wrong, and the American people are watching. I thank the witnesses for appearing in front of us today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman yields back. The chair recognizes the arrival of the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. Mr. Jordan is recognized for an opening statement.
Well, I'll be brief. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for doing this hearing. I just want to respond to the ranking member of the full committee's statement that no one from the government's here to give us answers. We've been asking for answers from those guys for I don't know how long. We wrote Secretary Mayorkas before he came in front of this committee 7 weeks ago. We wrote him the week before saying, hey, here are questions we want you to be prepared to answer. This is like the professor telling you, hey, these are the questions I'm going to ask you on the exam. And he came to the committee and wouldn't answer the questions. We asked him a simple question, not even on the terrorist issue. We asked him a simple question. We said, how many of the over 2 million people who have been encountered on the border, how many of them have been adjudicated and been removed from the country? He wouldn't answer the question. Mr. Gates asked him. Mr. Roy asked him. I asked him a couple times. Finally, I said, is the number greater than 0? He would agree to that, but he wouldn't tell us the number. We then followed up with a letter to him. What's the answer? Still no response. So the idea that we don't want answers and someone from the government can give them to us is just baloney. We have tried and tried and tried. That's why we're probably have to do some compulsory resources to try to get some answers for the American people. But I appreciate the leadership of the subcommittee chairman on so many important issues that have been in front of this committee, and would yield back.
Thanks. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record.
With that, I would yield to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at the outset, let me make 2 comments. One, just about every assertion you made in your opening statement has been completely refuted by witnesses who have testified before this committee. 2, far from being favored, many commentators have noted that people accused of simple gun possession while under the influence of a drug, when that gun was not used in the commission of a crime, are rarely, if ever, prosecuted the way Hunter Biden is being prosecuted. Mr. Chairman, one of this committee's most important duties is conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. We are called upon to ensure that the DOJ uses the enormous amount of power it is granted in a fair, just manner that respects the civil and human rights of all Americans. The Attorney General of the United States oversees issues that affect the lives of each and every American. Violent crime, drug trafficking, attacks on our civil rights, threats to our national security, and environmental crimes all fall under his purview. That is why we regularly request that he or she appear before this committee to speak about the work the department is doing for the welfare of the country. This is how we ensure that the department stays accountable to the American people. But if it were up to the Republicans, Americans would hear nothing about any of these substantive issues today. They would hear nothing about the rise in domestic terrorism and what the Justice Department is doing about it. They would hear nothing about what the department is doing to stop hate crimes and prevent gun violence. They would hear nothing about how the department is disrupting efforts by Russia, China, and others to interfere in our elections. Extreme MAGA Republicans have poisoned our vital oversight work. They've ignored our legitimate oversight responsibilities and used their power to stage one political stunt after another. They have wasted countless taxpayer dollars on baseless investigations into President Biden and his family, desperate to find evidence for an absurd impeachment and desperate to distract from the mounting legal peril facing Donald Trump. They have fought tirelessly to stop efforts to fight malign foreign actors trying to influence and manipulate Americans through social media. They have unconstitutionally interfered in criminal litigation and attempted to bully state and local law enforcement officers. They have publicized the names of witnesses who did not further their political goals, leading to threats of death and physical violence against those witnesses and their families. They have cost any number of private institutions and companies millions of dollars in legal fees as they struggle to respond to ridiculous and overbroad requests for information and transcribed interviews. They have issued subpoenas for show, without making meaningful attempts to get the information they seek by consent. They have levied low, baseless personal attacks on any prosecutor to bring charges against Donald Trump or January 6th rioters. They have attempted to discredit investigators who are not hard enough on Donald Trump's political opponents. They have supported those involved in the deadly attack on our Capitol on January 6th in an attempt to overthrow a lawful election. They have justified conduct that we all know to be wildly illegal, like the theft of classified materials and incitement to violence. And through it all, rather than try to unite the country or solve the problems that affect us all, they have sought to exploit our divisions for cynical, personal political gain. That is their goal, division. They want to divide this country and make our government appear like it's broken, because that is when their broken political party thrives. So today, I implore the public to see through the sham. I have no doubt that you will hear a deluge of conspiracy theories and baseless accusations. They will quote freely from so-called whistleblowers who have been broadly discredited or contradicted. They will viciously attack federal law enforcement. They will tell you that all 91 criminal charges against Donald Trump are part of a conspiracy, despite overwhelming evidence of each of Donald Trump's crimes. And they will attack Special Counsel Weiss, who was appointed, let us not forget, by Donald Trump, for not being hard enough on Hunter Biden. Republicans will continue doing what they've done for years, discrediting anyone who does not serve their political goals at any cost. And the shame of it is that in this hearing room, like on the House floor, where we are barreling towards a government shutdown while my Republican colleagues call each other names, we could be working together to put people over politics and to solve any number of problems affecting the American people. More than 30,000 Americans have died from gun violence so far this year alone. Guns have become the leading cause of death for children aged 1 to 17, surpassing car accidents. Domestic violent extremism and white nationalism are on the rise. We are seeing active clubs and other white supremacist groups pop up around the country. Anti-Semitism is at an all-time high. Malign foreign actors like Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are attempting to influence our elections. Political rhetoric is causing threats against law enforcement officials to skyrocket. Our immigration court system is in desperate need of reform. Our election workers receive death threats from conspiracy theory-driven extremists. Fentanyl is filling our streets and poisoning our children at historic rates. This list goes on, and we, the people in this room, are in a position to do something about it. In fact, it is our duty to do something about it, consistent with the oath we took when we were sworn in as members of Congress. We could work with the Department of Justice and Attorney General Garland to address any number of real substantive problems facing the American people. Instead, House Republicans will use their time today to talk about long discredited conspiracy theories and Hunter Biden's laptop. They will do it because they care more about Donald Trump than they do about their own constituents. I hope my colleagues will see reason and at least attempt to work with the Attorney General in good faith. Sadly, on the other side of the aisle, reason and good faith seem to be in short supply. In any event, Mr. Attorney General, I thank you for your testimony and thank you in advance for your patience.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Attorney General, and thank you for leading the department with such integrity. We meet today at a momentous time in our history. The country is about to go through a great trial. By this, I do not mean any of the several trials of the former president, but rather a trial of the proposition that we are a nation of laws, committed to the rule of law, and that no one is above the law. It is a proposition well known around the world because it is the one essential ingredient in all democracies. We have all professed our belief in this principle, but it has never been truly tested, not like it is today. In this committee, we are engaged in a portion of that trial. The chairman would abuse the power of this committee by trying to interfere in the prosecutions of Donald Trump, by trying to use the committee's power of subpoena to compel criminal discovery, in effect, making the committee a kind of criminal defense firm for the former president. In doing so, the chairman of this committee would establish a very different proposition, Through Mr. Jordan's actions, he would establish the principle that the rule of law should apply to almost everyone, just not the leader of his party. According to this alternate proposition, if you are the President of the United States and you lose your re-election, you can violate the law and Constitution to try to stay in power, and if you are successful, well, then maybe you get to be president for life. And if you fail, there is no repercussion. This proposition is also well known to the world, and it is called dictatorship. Mr. Jordan hopes to camouflage his assault on the rule of law by falsely claiming that Donald Trump is the victim of unequal justice and Hunter Biden its beneficiary. It is a claim as transparently political as it is devoid of any factual basis. And it is cynical, based on the belief that the American people cannot discern fact from fiction. But I am betting on America. History has shown that those who bet against her are rarely successful, and more often, they end up covered with shame. I believe in the rule of law, and I thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for defending it. Let me now turn to some of the false claims asserted by the former president and some on this committee. On Sunday, the former president appeared on a national news Sunday program and was asked about 4 indictments and 91 counts facing him. His response was, Biden indictments. Excuse me, Biden political indictments. He said to the Attorney General, indict him. Mr. Attorney General, I want to give you a chance to respond. Was the president telling the truth, or was he lying when he said that President Biden told you to indict him?
No one has told me to indict, and in this case, the decision to indict was made by the special counsel.
So that statement the president made on Sunday was false?
I'm just going to say again that no one has told me who should be indicted in any matter like this, and the decision about indictment was made by Mr. Smith.
Let me ask you this question about the prosecution of Hunter Biden. The prosecutor in that case, Mr. Weiss, was appointed not by Joe Biden, but he was appointed in the first instance by Donald Trump. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he was continued in that position, was he not?
He was continued in that position, yes.
And Mr. Attorney General, can you imagine the hue and cry you would hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle if you had removed him from that position? Can you imagine the claims that you had removed a prosecutor who was diligently investigating Hunter Biden? Can you imagine the outrage they would have expressed?
I can say that during my confirmation hearing, I discussed with many senators on that side of the aisle their desire and actual insistence that Mr. Weiss be continued to have responsibility for that matter. And I promised, and I said at my confirmation hearing, that he would be permitted to stay and that I would not interfere.
And Mr. Attorney General, that was exactly the right decision. That was the right decision to give the American people the confidence that even a prosecutor chosen by the former president would continue in the investigation into the son of the current president. That was exactly the right decision. Exactly the right decision. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have been screaming if it were otherwise. But their attack on you is completely devoid of fact, of principle. But I appreciate you doing the right thing for the Department of Justice and, more importantly, the right thing for the American people. I yield back.
Okay. Between Scalise and Jordan, do Democrats see one being a better negotiating partner over the other?
It's up to Republicans to pick their leader. I can tell you that I think some of us have friendly conversations with Steve Scalise occasionally. I think he's viewed as a more affable and member that we can have conversations with. I personally think, from my perspective as a member of the January 6th committee, that Jim Jordan is dangerous to our democracy. I've said that before. His inability to answer questions related to a lawful subpoena poses, I think, institutional concerns. But this is something that Republicans are going to have to worry about. One thing I am confident is that Hakeem Jeffries will have the votes of the Democratic caucus when we are asked to nominate the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Can I say one thing on that? You know, when we look at what the Republicans are doing with reference to speaker moving over, the world is looking at it. We're supposed to be the examples of democracy. And democracy's at stake all over the planet. That's what Ukraine is about. That's what part of what Israel is about. The standing up with countries, our friends and allies, because of the values that we share. And when you show the dysfunctioning Republican Party, the world is wondering what's happening in the United States. That's why Xi Jinping says that democracy is failing. So I would hope that the Republicans listen and take the lead of Leader Jeffries, and we can show the world, if they would just come and work with us, what democracy is really all about. And we can continue our global leadership to show that democracy can be messy, but it's the best thing that's on this planet.
Thank you.
Hey, Congressman, you guys okay? Hey. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about today's vote and how you're feeling about the prospect of a speaker, Jim.
Can you come to the poll camera?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
What are your thoughts ahead of the speaker vote today?
You know, it's a pretty simple choice, I think, for Republicans. They can either choose a bipartisan path forward, or they can choose extremism. I mean, we're talking about a person who would be second in line to the presidency, someone who has done everything he can to be destructive, divisive, and dangerous. America is watching.
Does this feel like it'll be any worse than Speaker McCarthy was?
You know, in some respects, any person who puts themselves in that position by negotiating with extremists and essentially giving power and emboldening extremists will be in the very same position that Kevin McCarthy was in. So we're on repeat, seeing the same scenario over and over again. Just how much will Republicans give away to the most extreme voices in their party? And that's a choice. It's a choice between doing that over and over again and taking us down the same destructive, divisive, dangerous path, or working with their colleagues in a bipartisan way, in a similar way that state legislative houses have done. Even in Texas, you see Republicans and Democrats come together in the state house to try to build a coalition. There's nothing extraordinary or unusual about it. So that's why I think this is a very clear choice.
What would the coalition look like?
Republicans have the majority, though. Would you support a potential Republican nominee for Speaker who wasn't Jim Jordan? Do you think a handful of Democrats could get on board with that?
I think they need to talk to us so that we can engage in a conversation about what the future could and should look like. I got to get inside. Thank you all.
What is your message ahead of today's speaker vote?
Well, look, the Republicans are making a choice. They have a choice. Over and over again, it's been the Democratic caucus, as the Republicans have lurched from crisis to crisis, that have governed. We stepped up to avoid the default crisis and a total economic collapse. We stepped up to keep the government open. And Republicans have a choice. And the truth of the matter is we continue to have conversations with our colleagues across the aisle about a bipartisan path forward. So we'll see today if they take that. We're available for that. And if they don't, I think the message is very clear. to voters across America that Jim Jordan is the face of the Republican Party, and he's a threat to our democracy. He tried to overturn the election. He stands firmly behind the organizing of January 6th, and I truly believe he's a threat to our democracy.
Democrats keep saying that there's a bipartisan path, but Republicans do have the majority. Would Democrats work with Republicans to elect a Republican speaker that wasn't Jim Jordan?
Yes, yeah, that's what we're saying, and we've been saying that for weeks now. We expect it would be a Republican speaker, but it would be a serious person who believes in government and believes in governance, and these people do not. And Jim Jordan's been part of the problem from the very beginning. And if he becomes the face of the Republican Party, then, you know, this is the beginning of the re-elect, and we'll take back the House, and Hakeem Jeffries will be our next speaker.
Do you see a world, like, which Republicans do you think could be that consensus? Which Republicans do you think are part of the governing philosophy that Democrats would
Those are the folks that we're talking to, and we'll see if they stand firm today.
Are you having any direct conversations with
Yes.
those people?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Representative Raskin mentioned Liz Cheney as a potential person.
She could be a good option. Yeah.
Have you talked to her?
I haven't.
Now I recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Ms. Burdett, you are an expert on anti-Semitism, and I want to read a few different statements to you, and if you can just give me a yes or no as to whether you would consider them anti-Semitic. I prefer my kids' new Hanukkah from Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering. Anti-Semitic or not?
Very potentially.
I just think that's what they're about, is making money, in a reference to Jared Kushner and his Jewish family. You think that's anti-Semitic?
Anti-Jewish stereotype.
Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics with the KKK to control the Jew population. When I say Jew, I mean the 12 lost tribes of Judah, the blood of Christ, who the people known as the race black really are. This is who our people are. Anti-Semitic or not?
A little too confusing for me to decipher.
We'll get to that. This ain't a game. I'm going to use you as an example to show you the Jewish people that told you to call me that no one can threaten or influence me. I told you this is war. Now gonna get you some business. Still confusing?
Uses two stereotypes about Jews as being motivated only by business and having nefarious control that isn't real.
Last one. I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes your agenda. What do you think about that one?
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah. So what I'm concerned about is that we have anti-Semitic posts coming from this committee. And last October, the chairman tweeted out on October 6th, Kanye, Elon, Trump. Those 5 statements that I just read to you were from Kanye West, who had made a number of anti-Semitic statements before this tweet was put up, and then made the DEFCON statement about a day after the tweet was put up. I, the chairman at the time, Chairman Nadler, many people in the Jewish community asked the chairman, Chairman Jordan, to take this down. And it wasn't just members of Congress. It was nonpartisan Jewish organizations who said, Kanye West is anti-Semitic. I don't know what you're doing, but please do not give him a platform by leaving this tweet up. It stayed up for months. Defiantly, the chairman kept this tweet up. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to be just today your accountability partner, your online accountability partner, and just go through your social media. Because if we're going to have a hearing about anti-Semitism, we can't allow a tweet like this to be posted on our side or your side. In 2019, Chairman Jordan also tweeted at Tom Steyer and used the $ for Steyer to spell his name. Again, known Jewish philanthropist playing into what Ms. Burdett mentioned earlier, tropes about Jewish people and money. So this committee should have a conversation and a hearing about anti-Semitism. But I would first insist that the chairman, I don't know why he put this tweet up. Either he believes it, which I hope is not the case, or he just wanted to own the libs. And if that's what you're doing, you're hurting a lot of people by keeping that tweet up for so long, especially knowing what it represents. And if we're talking about being your online accountability partner, Chairman, you still have a subpoena in your inbox that's about 500 days old. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from